Hello. 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 Hello.
I know. It was that bad. Yep. Okay. There. All right. I'm pretty sure I have posted in all the different things that I can / will post into. Is my head on straight? I think it is. Is it focusing on me? I think it. Hang on. There we go. Oh, darn it! Now I've done it. All right, hang on. Now comes the fun bit where I fucked around with my There we go. So now I've reset that. So now I need to do this. There we go. Hi, all right, hang on. Don't. There we go. I'm fiddling with things. All right. I have been fiddling with things. Anyway, hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. I have on this. Actually, do I have a button to take the? Yes, I do. Awesome. Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. I had a good time off. I'll be real with you. There was. Like, I don't know how to do, like, the time that I've had off, like, I feel like I could very easily have probably have done, like, you know, longer than a week. That, like, here, this is the weird thing, is that, like, because I remember last year, maybe it was this year. Was it this year or was it that last year? I took like a month off from streaming, which, you know, which was like a crazy long time. But I did it because I was like, I need to take this time off and what have you. And I think during that time, I just like, you know, I can't think of any like, you know, positive or huge changes that happened during the month I was away. So with this one, it's like I took a week off in August. I've taken a week off in September. Like I've taken a week off from streaming on like more than one occasion now. Which and this one very much was in a I'll be real with you, I still wasn't certain. I was still not 100% certain if I was going to have, you know, the week-long break from streaming go longer. Like, there was a part of me that was like, do I want to? Like, what am I... Because, like, you know, going through the day, daily and what have you, and during the time that I was off from streaming, I wasn't hugely enthusiastic about playing video games either. I very much was just, you know, I go to work, I catch up on popular culture, go to work, catch up on popular culture, hang out with friends that I made online and what have you. I was unaware of the break. Oh, lucky you, Sir Dragon. You were just probably like, huh, he hasn't streamed in a week. Oh, look, he's streaming right now. I reckon because of the fact that there isn't a like, one of the things that I have done that came about because I took the week off from streaming and what have you is that the Discord stream that I used to... Hi there, T-Pain. Don't Nibiru me. I recognize that emote. That is Blue Foxy Nicey Icy's Nibiru emote. It's like a fucking meteorite. But yeah, during the time I took off, like, from streaming, I was able to work on my Discord stream, or Discord server, where I told myself this like about 2 months ago, where I was like, invites were turned off, I was archiving channels, and at one point I was gonna start kicking people out. So for those of you that wonder of like, oh hey, I want to share something with Grant or something or rather, it's like there isn't a Discord stream there isn't like an explicit Discord server to do that in. It is going to be, it either needs to be something that is popping up on your own like Twitter blue sky, or it's in a Discord server that I'm already a part of. And the fact of the matter is like, you know, even after like 2+ months of like, you know, pushing back the whole, oh, we're gonna, you know, I'll get to it later. Oh, I'll get to it later. Oh, let me archive some channel first. Oh, let me recommend some Discord servers that I'm a part of that other people should try out and such. I recommended like 4 that I was like, yep, absolutely go for these ones, because not only am I like in them first and foremost, but it was like there are people in there, so you're not reliant on me to make the experience worthwhile. Also, hi there, Sky, welcome to the stream. But yeah, even after doing that, after like 2.5 months, I finally like, you know, cleaned up my server and was like, right, the only people in here are you 30 peeps. I'm pretty sure there's only like 30 peeps. Yeah, there's like 30 to 40 friends in there that I'm like, we have communicated in the past. I am comfortable with you, like, you know, knowing a lot more about me than what I just put on streaming and what have you. And if you find me, like, you know, streaming or what have you in the... Also, I need to remember to go into the Zebra streaming. If you find me in the Zebra streaming VC and you are still in that Discord, then hey, good for you. You get to... we can hang out. I feel comfortable with you and such. Like, friends and acquaintances. Also, hi there, Izzy. Welcome to the stream. Oh boy, you thought Death Stranding had a lot of cutscenes in it. Just you wait. You're in for at least 3 movies of the stuff. In the first game? Also, Izzy, check it out. Huh? Okay, it's not perfect because, you know, my eyebrows go through it. I have some very definitive eyebrows, and I'm not that good of a 3D modeler, but look, I got a bandana. Also, so yeah, so that's the... So we've gone through the Devil May Cry Monday. Also, Izzy, speaking of, I went back into Devil May Cry 5. Remember how I was getting bullied by Cap to get the last 2 levels of Devil May Cry done with no restarts? Well, turns out, I went back and I got that achievement. I did it. I leveled up my Royal Guard up to like the 3rd level, so I got like Royal Revenge or whatever it was called. So I was able to be like, wha-bam, wha-doosh. It, like, you know, ting tong, bam, and then, you know, it took a few tries, but an hour later, your boy got the achievement for getting through the last 2 levels with no restarts. I had to go through Dante's fight again, I had to hit the continue, and then go through Nero's fight, and I'll be real with you, Nero is still my favorite character in the Devil May Cry series in terms of simplicity in his combat and just enjoying that shit. Loved it. Also, hi there, Resident Fed Boy. To be fair, Snake also has aggressively prominent eyebrows. They just burst through his bandana like my one does. Also, I need to get the hang on. I need to get my Whatsamahoozy up and running before I forget. Otherwise, this is going to be a very problematic stream in trying to get the thingamajiggies going. Ding, turn this off, turn this on. And then, but yeah, I have so many games that I could be going through and what have you. And yeah, during the time that I had off, like the week off from streaming, I didn't really play a lot of games. I went through Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter World because, you know, instead of being bullied by a trans woman to play games, I was now being bullied by a twink to get to Fatalis in Monster Hunter World. I've not yet gotten to that fight with Fatalis yet, and I'm scared shitless having to deal with that nonsense. But I'm gonna have to deal with that nonsense at some point in the future. So, other than those games, I've not played any other PC games. And I think that was, like, probably one of the biggest problems I was having, like, especially coming off from, you know, going through Sniper Elite on Wednesday night, was that I was going through a video game that I really needed, like, you know, I needed friends or someone, like, either in the chat or in the VC to be like, hey, Grant, it's okay. This is a shit game. Go play something else. Is it that time already? Hi there, Capricious. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. It is that time already. You have about a minute to go until it's 6 o'clock.
Grant, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick. And the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards.
Look at this dummy. Look at this dummy thick right here.
Oh, my bad. I had the wrong face on.
Oh my gosh. Just this.
Oh, I love the bandana, by the way.
Thank you so much. I decided to be a bit of an idiot and be like, you know what? I'm gonna make a bandana. Like, it's not even perfect. Like, in Blender, I tried doing, like, you know, sculpting to make it so that, oh, let me make it so that the eyebrows don't clip through. The eyebrows still clip through.
Wouldn't you be able to, like, shrink wrap and then extrude, though?
Oh, you think well, okay, here's the problem. So I was doing that at first to get the base level bandana. But the problem is that in order to make a good looking bandana, you have to do subdivisions. And at one point, I then had to do shape keys. Because don't forget, not only do I need to have a bandana for when I'm like this, but I need a bandana for when I'm hyper himbo and when I'm de-himboed. And Blender doesn't like you doing like modifiers like shrink wrap when you have shape keys. It doesn't want to work that way.
My bad. I have an elementary knowledge of stuff like that.
That's okay. I am the same sort of thing as well. Like, it's okay. But yeah, so tonight, chat, after being bullied to get through Devil May Cry on the Devil Hunter difficulty and finally winning it because a trans woman was like, you need to get that done, I am now going to proceed to play Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear!
Metal Gear!
Metal Gear!
Metal Gear! Oh,
Metal Gear!
Metal Gear! Unfortunately, Jason did that, you know, himbo cam thing just as I was, you know, during a transitionary speak. Like, so, is it? No, it's this one. This is what Jason wanted to see and what have you. But yeah, as a heads up, Snake's bandana bizarrely has a shape 8 points in it that really emphasizes his furrowed. Oh, Are you talking about in... Hang on a second. I can do this. Enhance. Enhance. Move up a little bit. Enhance. Are you talking about, like, that, like, you know, those two, like, that point in the artwork where his eyebrows would be? There's, like, you know, shadow. Like, you know, below the version. Below the word version you're talking about right there. Also, Cap can't see what I'm doing, so I'm gonna need to do some... Because this is being played...
Also, you know... Oh.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I don't know what I look like in the hyper himbo. There we go. But yeah, see, while I'm hyper himbo, the bandana gets adjusted.
I don't see. Oh yeah, I do see.
Alright. Now, the question is, do you hear this?
I do hear.
Oh, goodness. The minute I did that, I just saw my frames just decide to have, like, a bit of a... Does my PC just not like trying to do multiple things at once? My graphics card is slowly fucking itself over, trying to do two things at once. It's trying to render me, GrantZeebs. It's trying to render OBS. I'm not even playing this game on PC. I'm playing this game on a PlayStation because PlayStation Plus was like, oh hey, everyone's played Metal Gear Solid by this point if you own a PlayStation because you're a Sony fanboy. Let's just put it on the PlayStation Collection.
Well, I've got to do one thing. Since it's a new game, it means
I'm expecting you to have a bandana yourself. Like, I'm imagining
bandana.
You're gonna have a bandana. It's just gonna cover your eyebrows or something like that.
You are thinking far too small, my friend.
What do you mean far too small? What in the world are you gonna do?
I haven't cooked it up yet, but I have my drawing tablet out right now, and it's gonna be a surprise.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna draw me fat.
Maybe next time.
I hope you're not dropping 1 trillion frames. I hope... Well, let me have a look at the thingamajiggy. Oh no, it's still dropping frames. I don't understand, Discord, to be real with you. Like, is it because I have hardware acceleration turned on? Is that the problem? Like, hang on.
Could be.
Use your GPU to make Discord smoother. Turn this off if you're experiencing visual issues. You know what? I'm gonna turn off that. I'm gonna see what... Because I'm using the GPU to do the whole, rendering, thingy-majiggy on my OBS. So maybe that's the problem. Alright, let me reconnect. Hello.
What happened?
Alright, sorry. I'm just trying to do things. Oh, hang on. That's probably something I can do, is change stream quality. So instead of it being like a 1440p 60 frames, it's going to be a 1080p 30 frames. There we go. Although it doesn't like that one bit. Your deep voice sounds like that Jackbox game. Oh, the murder trivia party. Yeah.
It does.
It's all for the fex. Also, hang on. Fugi has not come back yet. Cap, do you mind saying something? Okay, you're good. Hey, there we go. Fugi's back. Fugi is back. We're good. Fugi is good. Alrighty, so nope, it doesn't like that either, it seems. Yeah, no, I'm dropping like 99 for like. I think OBS
feel free not to stream to me, by the way.
Oh, no, there's skipped frames due to encoding lag now. So, that's interesting.
You are just not having fun, are you?
Like, and here's the thing is, this is just my PC doing the PC things. We haven't even started playing a game that isn't even playing on the PC. Like, we're trying to play a game on the PlayStation. So encoding overload, consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. Well, I can't change that right now, can I? Yeah, it's set to automatic mode. I'm using the enhanced broadcasting. Enhanced broadcasting is controlling some of my stream settings. So for streaming, I'm only using like 5,000, 320. I'm going to change from 320 to 256. And then I'm gonna go from slowest to P4.
Oh my god, sketching is so easy when you know what you're doing.
Excellent. Okay, so it looks like. All right, so I changed like the preset. I didn't realize I could change my preset thingy-majiggy. Because back previously it was at like P9 or something like that encoding, or sorry, P7, and now I've just changed it to P4 with like a lower audio bit encoding. So. Probs were
So big money moves.
refreshing. Alright. Now, let's see what happens to the bitrate when I share the application again, 1080p, 30 frames a second. And no, we seem to be good. We still seem to be good. It's an average time so less than 2 milliseconds to render a frame, so you should be able to see and hear all this now. But yeah, there are so many games on my PlayStation that I could be going through and what have you. Like, this isn't even all of them. Let's just go through my collection. So, also I can change the screen, so instead of going with the, I'll go with my direct HDMI connection while keeping my headphones on. But yeah, for like the last week that I wasn't streaming, I wasn't playing any games, and I had a big question mark, and I kind of had this question mark ever since I was going through Death Stranding 2 as well, because I like games. Don't get me wrong, I love them. Cap, you love video games, right?
I do love video games. I'm drawing video games.
Drawing video games right now. So yeah, and one of the things that I think streaming kind of, it wasn't meant to do this. I respect the grind, the streaming grind and what have you, but I also was kind of getting lost in balancing, doing the stream, being respectful of like the actual grind of doing the stream and doing what people want and such, but then along the way, I got lost and wasn't making, also is this my mail? Yeah, cool, so that one is installed, and then these are all PS4 titles. Cool. So, along the way, I think I was losing sight that streaming was supposed to be more of like a secondary to me playing games and what have you. So, like, as much as I would love to do small improvements to my stream and what have you, collaborating more often, doing things like charity streams and what have you, or the subathon September stuff that was going off this month that it completely blindsided me, and by the time I realized it was too late. We were already halfway through the month. Like, there was all that was just really hard to balance, and after going through seeing the numbers drop with Death Stranding 2, feeling a little lost as I went through later Devil May Cry's, especially when Devil May Cry was asking me to put on my, IT support hat, which normally I do that fairly well. I like helping people and solving IT problems.
But that was some bullshit.
Yeah, it
we
was. Very much so. So there was all these little things, and at the end of it, I was kind of stuck in a way where it was a part of me wanted the zen of building a new PC at one point, and it was okay, why do I want to build a new PC? Is it in order to play games? It's not really, because I can play the games. It's just I couldn't do that, to a visual high quality where I'm not heavily visual is the thing. The frame skipping shouldn't bother me that much, but for whatever reason, especially for streaming, it did, and lo and behold, just all these things hit me, and I just needed a week, and there was a part of me that was oh, do I need a month, or do I even want to continue streaming full stop? That was a genuine thought coming into, I think by the time it hit me, Wednesday, because by then that was 2 streams skipped out or something like that. And I kind of came to terms with it on, I think it was either Saturday or Sunday. It was one of those 2 days on the weekend. I still wanted to play video games, and amazingly enough, I still had in the back of my mind, there are some games I want to play, but I didn't want to play them alone. Was the weird thing. I still like. I don't want to go through games I've already played, like BioShock Infinite or blah 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 blah. What's another game that I've already played? Darksiders series. Like, there are some games where it's like I already played them and I don't want to play them again, but it's like I kind of want to play them for viewers, like where it's like, oh, let's play that
thing. Hollow Knight Silk Song. I'm not playing I haven't even played Hollow Knight. It's sitting in there. Look, it's right there. You can see. Look at it, right there, and it ain't doing nothing.
I see. Forspoken, the poopy game.
Oh yeah, they made it available for the PlayStation Collection, so like PlayStation Plus. But yeah, like, and also Sir Dragon, I'm not gonna be taking requests. I've already got like a spreadsheet of like things that have already been recommended to me, and like at the end of it, it's like the games that I do want to play. Say for example, Borderlands 4, Metal Gear Solid series, like a Dragon Gaiden. Like there are some games where I'm like, I want to play these games, but I don't want to explicitly play these alone, and I feel like you know, it would be nice to, you know, like play the games on stream and what have you. So it was funny that, like, you know, as much as I, you know, would get so many, like, it's like when Hergé, the artist for Tintin and such like that, like, he very much was just so burnt out from, like, you know, drawing Hergé and such like that. And apparently, like, even though he knew so much of, like, you know, working on, like, the Tintin series and such like that, reminder, he did this series during World War II when Belgium was occupied and shit like that. When he was doing all that stuff, at one point, it was like, you know, even though he knew it was, like, mentally taxing on him, he would just, at the same time, would be like, he would need to do it because, you know, who else would do Hergé well, or something along those lines. So it's weird to be like, you know, needing this break from streaming and such, and then the factor of like, oh, you know, there's games I want to play and such, and a part of me was like, I want to play these, but I want to play them on stream.
Oh, also, you want to know something good about today?
What's good about today?
I have the house to myself, so I can yell.
Yay, good for you.
Yay.
Until you suddenly... Yeah. Hang on, how do I... Okay, there we go. I am not reading all these terms of uses. It's just simply like, hey, just don't steal their game, which I'm not going to do.
Yeah. Mum's on a big 2-day date with my stepmother. She went to high tea at the QVB.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it's using the circle button to confirm. That I'm not a huge fan on.
Oh yeah, that's Japanese style.
In this game, Solid Snake comes out of retirement after living in seclusion in Alaska in order to take on a mission regarding Big Boss's corpse. It tells the tale of an infiltration mission that would later be known as the Shadow Moses Incident. Game features many new ideas, such as the use of controller vibration function and various secrets hidden within the game's packing.
Psychomantics.
North America. What's the North America pack?
What is the North American pack? What is the North American? That's a good question.
Book. What's the screenplay book? Ah, okay. So briefing. The M1. Wait,
it's like an actual screenplay.
Oh, okay.
It's like the script and stuff.
Oh, okay. Let's not read that. So.
Let's not get spoiled.
Are you sure you want to?
Wait, have you played the Metal Gear games?
No, I have not played them. I was told that I don't need to go through Metal Gear 1 and 2.
You don't.
Cool. Awesome.
I mean, I'd do it for fun, but, like, you don't. It's very old. It's antiquated as shit.
Yeah. Oh my god. I keep pressing X to, like, do the thing, but... references content from the entire Metal Gear series. Reading this after you complete each game to avoid... Ah, okay. I'm just gonna look through the options. Yeah, English. Okay, so we can turn off and on smoothing.
Nah, we gotta letterbox this shit.
Yeah, I'll letterbox it. And we got several wallpapers to choose from.
Oh, let's go through them and see which one's hot.
So one is just like perfectly like blank black.
Oh,
One
no, that's
has
not
a little bit of green.
black.
This one
This
has
one's
like red on the left for solid snake and green on the right for whatever the skull that is. And then we've got the What's Mahoozy art style. And then again, but only on the left side with Metal Gear Solid logo on the right. I personally like this one. Ooh, you can do screen okay, I wonder what screen filter is, because I remember this was a game made
scan lines and stuff.
Yeah, because that was made for like CRT. This game was made for CRTs and what have you.
Yeah, when I played it, in a way, let's say, I also added the filters for CRT and scan lines.
Yeah. Stop playing. And so they had. Oh, okay. So they. Okay, so.
Anyways, Chad, if you wanna buy me the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, so I can also play Metal Gear Solid, because I haven't fully played through it.
Okay, so.
Trade deal.
Standard. Pixel perfect. 16:9 is stretched. Okay, so it looks like. It's got pixel perfect. Okay, so maybe I want to turn on pixel perfect. Yeah, I think so. I want to turn on pixel perfect. Hang on a second. So, smoothing is off. Grain screen will be pixel perfect. Oh, wait, did it go 16:9? It shouldn't have done. Okay, no, it is pixel perfect. Okay, cool. And then, alright, so we go back. And then we go game selection. Oh, so there's different games within this game. So we got Metal Gear Solid Special Missions, Metal Gear Solid VR Missions, and then Metal Gear Solid Integral. Don't know the differences. Someone is gonna have to research those differences while I go through this.
I think that says like the differences in like that subtext.
North America pack is not installed. Would you like to go? Oh my gosh. It says it's installed.
Oh, you're gonna have to like turn it off and on again. Not the
okay.
whole thing, but you're gonna have to close and
Yeah,
reopen.
give me a second. So close game. And then we get it running again. But yeah, like, this game contains expressions and themes which may be considered outdated. Oh my goodness, someone's gonna throw a racial slur in this game. I can just feel it.
Oh no, it's a technically homophobic term, I think.
Okay. Hey, look at that. English US. And then there's an online
That and
manual.
like Snake's a bit sexist sometimes. But it's just because he's gay.
You are Snake, a government agent on a mission to regain control of a secret nuclear base from terrorist hands. Lightly armed and facing an enemy of foes, Snake must avoid firefights in order to survive. If Snake can locate them, he can utilize advanced hardware ranging from silence pistols to ground-to-air missiles. Enemies react to sight and sound, so stay quiet and stay in the shadows. State-of-the-art graphics, textures, transparencies, models and explosions. Oh, transparencies.
Hey, could you show me that backside again?
Yeah.
Just NOTPAD.
Taunt. Oh, taut.
Perfect.
Gripping story with multiple endings. A truly cinematic experience. Is this what, like...
Okay.
Was this a game that's like, oh, Sony's like, you know, before they did the Uncharted stuff?
This was
progenitor?
something like absolutely fucking insane for its time.
All right. So yeah, all right, let me put in a disclaimer for viewers and what have you. I have not played any of the Metal Gear Solid games except for Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. That barely have an understanding of the Metal Gear Solid series, and like Metal Gear Solid 5, from what I've heard, has been a bit of a shitty one to go into because, you know, it was Konami's game that they stole from Kojima or some nonsense, and it's like half-baked and it's missing stuff and all that nonsense. I have not played through the Metal Gear Solid
It's not
series.
half-baked. It's like gameplay-wise, it is one of Kojima's greatest works, and it is a Kojima work. It was just sabotaged a lot.
That. So I barely like have an understanding of Metal Gear Solid, of like how it's supposed, like, you know, like I have a like I kind of know that it is like it's a stealth shooter, but it's not like Splinter Cell stealth shooter. And then there's weird things in it, like, you know, like you got people doing like crazy magic nonsense, but it's not magic. It's like based in science. Like very little understanding overall compared to,
And it's very
probably a lot of
it's
other
sort of
people.
Iraqi-ish, where you can try and spoil someone, but it'll be so stupid that the spoiler won't work.
Yeah. So here are the things that I know about Metal Gear Solid. I will list them out to you as best as I can. Revolver Ocelot kisses Solid Snake in a fight. Two old men on top of a nuclear submarine or something like that. There's a really long ladder sequence, so long in fact, that it decides to just do that, you know, Death Stranding thing of just playing music in the background while you're doing it. So it's like, what a thrill in darkness. Like I've seen a
Best
little
scene
bit of
in the
that.
game, by the
I
way.
have no understanding of how we get to the start of that ladder and what happens after that ladder. He gets microwaved, like, or something, like he's going through a hallway and he's getting burned with microwaves or something like that. I don't fully understand it.
Yep, that does happen.
And then not in this game, but apparently in the third game, there's a boss battle where if you save before you, like, while you're confronting him, and you leave the game and you load it back up like 2 weeks later, you can get to that guy and he's dead from old age or something weird like that. So that's the most I know. I do not understand, like, you know, who Solid Snake is and why there's, like, you know, several Solid Snakes. Because apparently there's, like, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, Solidus Snake, Boss, Big Boss,
No,
Old
that is not
Boss,
Solid Snake.
Venom Snake. Like, there's apparently, like, I just treat, like, Solid Snake, like, the title, like Sora in Kingdom Hearts. They're all just Sora. Like, and in this case, it's like, yes, they're all just Solid Snake.
It's a good thing that Twitch doesn't have images, because I'd just be like, no, that is not Solid Snake.
you just need to find someone with the emote or something like that and just be like, right, subscribe real quick and just throw it in there.
Yeah.
So I'm coming into it relatively blind, where my only experiences of the Metal Gear Solid series has either been like within Metal Gear Solid 5.
Listen to that.
So like either it's explicitly noted in Metal Gear Solid 5, which in this case, like, you got Big Boss, but then you got Venom Snake. Because Venom, like, I don't know why they come up with that naming scheme, and I think it's because Big Boss used to be Solid Snake, but, like, not our Solid Snake. Like, it's just...
Oh boy, you're in for a real ride.
I'm just confusing as fuck. Why anyone would make a microwave hallway is beyond me, like a shitty-ass security measure. So
the nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island.
I recognize this
Fox
voice.
Archipelago.
That is Grandpa Max from Ben 10.
Next Generation Special Forces.
That's it.
Being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss. And they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have 2 mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Arms Tech, Kenneth Baker.
Wait, why do we care
Both are
about...
being held as hostages.
I understand, like, the director, but not, like, the president of an arms
Whether or not
company.
the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity.
Oh yeah, I was told about
Psycho
the...
Max, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper
Wait, can
Wolf,
I
the
pause
beautiful
this?
and deadly sharpshooter.
No, you gotta.
Decoy
Oh, okay.
Octopus, Master of Disguise. Vulcan Raven, Giant and Shaman.
Shaman.
And Revolver Ocelot.
Revolver
Specialist in
Ocelot.
Interrogation, and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
The man with the same code name as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
Already,
usual, this is a
I just
one-man
understand. Yep, these are
infiltration
names Kojima would come
Weapons
up
and
with.
Equipment OSP.
Yes, this is a top secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Someone doesn't understand how Raytheon is like a sub-branch of the US military. Yeah, I was probably not aware of that. But yeah, I am aware that there is 2 other Metal Gear games. I will be real with you. To test that this worked, like that I had this copy, I went into Metal Gear. It's just a 2D top-down. Not interested in playing that.
Yeah, that's fair.
It feels like, you know, the history, it's like going through Grand Theft Auto where technically speaking it wasn't like a third person over the shoulder 3D game until the oh Jesus. I totally forgot.
What are you OGCing?
I have nipples on this one.
Oh,
I completely forgot that this was gonna be a bit nutty.
don't worry, they're male presenting titties.
They are male presenting, but Jesus. Alright.
You got jump scared by your own boobs, man. Come on.
I did. I saw it and I was just like, ah! I just got so scared. But yeah.
Hey, you wanna know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
I'm literally like almost done on the thing I was doing.
Oh, nice. Hi there, Indigo. I had to let you know, just in case you already don't know, you're in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yes, I am aware. I have the Donkey Kong Bonanza game. Actually, tying into the quirky mini-boss, it's 5 verb animals. Yeah, it's like just different verbs and animals. But yeah, where was my brain? But yeah, so I was talking about it earlier in the stream of how, like, you know, I took a week off from streaming and I have so many games in my library, both new and old, that I have not played before. And in my attempts of like trying to like figure out like what it is I want to do on streaming when I get back, I've come to the conclusion of I just want to play the games I want to play, is how I'm going to go. Also, hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. I just want to play the games that I want to play that I haven't played before. If there's a game that doesn't, like, satisfy me, like, you know, Sniper Elite, I will either skip it or drop the franchise. I think that's just the better option. So, like, still do streaming, but honestly, try and not be as focused on streaming like I was in the past. So, do not... Is it running the cutscene again? Yeah, it is. Okay. But, yeah, so... Where was I in my brain? But yeah, a while ago, I was thinking like, oh, are there new games that I will want to play, and can I play them off stream? So, for example, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Everyone has pointed out the Donkey Kong zebra in that game, and I have Donkey Kong Bonanza on my Nintendo Switch too. I do not intend to stream Donkey Kong Bonanza. I intended for that to be a game of, here's a new game. Like, even though I'm not that much of a Nintendo Switch user, I wanted to get a video game that was new that I could play. And lo and behold, like, even though I have it, I didn't put that much time into it. And so I'm kind of in this weird state where it's way more likely than you think that if I am going to play a video game, especially a new game, and it isn't like cooperative, there's a very strong likelihood that I will be playing it on stream. If it is cooperative, I'm probably going to be playing it off stream because I don't need... I'm going to be real with you. You're not going to see me play Lethal Company or any of those, like, you know, like friend swap games on stream. I'll play them with other people who might be streaming it and such, but like Helldivers 2, for instance, like I've got that game, but I'm never streaming that game. Right, we're going with normal difficulty because I feel like this game would be enough of an asshole to be like, oh, if you go with the easy difficulty, it does like this little fuck around. Love the dinner plates. Of course you do. Ooh, Incineroar. Same, I want to play so many things, but there's not enough time. Oh yeah. When you have a full-time job as well, it's like kind of tricky. Video games essentially become a hobby, and when you get older, you start to appreciate setting like actual blocks of time to do things.
Be through here. I know it. I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
I'm guessing that's Liquid Snake.
I'm going to swat down some bothersome flies.
Ring ring.
Fun fact. If you care to hear it.
Fun fact.
This is Snake.
You won't see
Colonel,
the actual
can you hear
credits
me?
of the voice
Loud and
actors
clear.
on this game
What's the situation,
because
Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the
no
back
one
is
had
the
any
only
faith
way
in this
up.
game. So
Just as I expected.
Jason Flinders
I'll have to take
is
the
actually
elevator to the
Rowan
surface.
Atkin-Dow's,
But make sure nobody sees
I believe
you.
his name is.
If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85.
Who's the guy who also
When
voices
you
Medic
want to
in
use the
Team
codec,
Fortress?
push the select button. When we need to contact
I love how it says select button, but the
Beep.
instructions say
When you hear
touchpad.
that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates
It's
the
not like
small
we're gonna
bones of
redub
your ear.
this.
No one but
We didn't
you
even
will be
redub
able to
Delta
hear
Run.
it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
So, but yeah, like, there's a trying to tackle, like, you know, growing up, being an adult and what have you. Oh my. Oh, it's doing that. Oh, hello. What's down here? Oh. Rations. Thank you. All right. Can I? Okay, so he goes up against. My God, my. Oh, what?
Snake, you have to crawl to get through there.
Oh, thank
First,
goodness.
crouch down by pressing the crawl button, and then use the directional button to crawl in the direction you want.
Be careful, though.
Which one is the crawl button?
Doing it either.
You can
I believe
stand
it's
up
the
by pressing
circle
the crawl
button
button again.
or the trigger.
All right, circle is the punch. A is the crouch. Oh, there we go. Now I'm crawling. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so that's a four. Oh.
Snake, there's an elevator there you can take up to the ground.
Press the
You'll just
select
have to
takes
wait
me
for
out
the
of the
elevator
scene
to
a
come
little bit.
down.
I'm fine with them saying press the select. Like I have no problem with like, you know, VAs being like press the button. The only downside is like, hang on, how do I? Why is? Oh. Oh, nope, 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 nope.
What was that noise?
What was that noise?
So they can hear, like, oh! Ow! Shit! Run in!
Ladies and gentlemen, his first his first step.
Oh, this is gonna be the first of many, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, and before we go in,
Before we go in.
yeah, would you be so kind as to zoom in on me?
You zoomed in.
Looks like it's time for Jack to let her rip.
Oh my fucking god, I recognize that's Metal Gear Solid Revengeance, or that's the cyborg.
You're that ninja. Well, I couldn't well be Snake, couldn't I?
Alright, so
Ah, shit, I could have been Otacon. Nah, but Raiden rocks.
yeah, that is a lot of work.
Surprisingly, it was not.
Oh, okay. Alright.
It's mainly because I, like, have it so chibi.
Yeah, alright, so hang on. Okay, so that presses to the dock, and then that's to open the radio. Oh, okay, so right trigger I can do an item selection, and then... Oh, so right trigger is one kind of item, left trigger is the other kind of item.
Make sure to pay attention to your Soliton radar.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Oh, there's the elevator. For whatever reason.
What was that noise?
You forget, they can hear you.
Yep, I forgot about that little tidbit. But this guy can't see me, so...
Go.
Yep. There we go. Yeah! Izzy says you're 20 years ahead of time.
Of course I'm 20 years ahead of my time. I mean, I'm a zoomer.
Artwork, Yoji Shinkawa. Ah, that's the guy who's done, like, the artwork that you see on the left and right side there.
Yoji Shinkawa, the GOAT.
It is honestly a really cool style. Like, it is, like, this watercolors.
Produced by Kojimba.
The watercolors, amazing. I will give him that. Hey, look, he's wearing the bandana.
Directed by Kojimbo. In this house, we love Kojimbo and we hate Konami.
Yeah, understood. Hate the man, not the game. Or you hate the game, not the man.
Yeah, the game.
The Konami, like, you ever heard of the phrase hate the game, not the player, or something?
Yeah, love the player, hate the game.
Yeah. To be fair, it's nowhere near as bad as the Zelda Link CDI game tutorial screen. Never played that game before. Remember, I am himbo as fuck, and I have not played a lot of like earlier video games. I grew up.
It's a smart sword. It won't hurt anyone good. It even makes them talk.
All right. So we're still in Alaska, I'm guessing. Also, I'm just
We're on the Shadow Moses Island, which is sort of close-ish.
Yep.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
How old is Snake meant to be here where age matters?
He's like 35.
I'm sorry? 35 is old?
This is Alaska.
For a
now.
snake, yeah.
Easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide snake.
No.
All of the genome soldiers.
Oh, no,
must
he's
exercise
33.
using it.
I see.
That's even
I'm relieved
that's
to hear
even
that.
worse.
Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
2 F-16s just took off from Galena and are headed your way. The terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
Okay.
Behind D.
Say the line. Yeah, there we go.
What's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no
It's gonna take me so much energy not to spit out lines at you.
Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed.
the vibrations are going off my controller, and I'm like, yeah, I do not remember it vibrating earlier in the game. It's clearly a set piece moment of PlayStation.
Yeah. Kojima's just saying, please look at our game. We have vibrations.
And cutting-edge textures and transparencies.
There are only 18 hours left
We
until
have a
your
3D
deadline.
game.
You've got to hurry.
Wow, you must be crazy to fly a hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced you to yet. This is Mei Ling. She was assigned to us as our visual and data processing specialist.
Ling?
She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have
She's
any
also
questions
very
about either of
Chinese.
them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself.
Yep.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No,
I
I'm
need
serious.
hang on. Did my
Well,
eye
I know
roll,
I won't
like,
be
look
bored for the
obvious
next
then?
18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous
Hit on
solid
by the famous
snake.
solid snake.
But I'm surprised.
What the fuck is Cap
You're
anyway?
very
A
frank for
weasel,
trained
stout
killer.
mouse?
Looks like
You're
we
a
both have a lot to learn about each other.
I'm
Yeah.
dog? I'm
I'm
wolf?
looking
dog.
forward to learning
Yeah.
about the
I think it's
man
because you
behind
do
it.
the Pop Team Epic
first,
style that
let me
it
explain about your
just
Soliton radar
confuses Sir
system.
Dragon.
Yeah.
Alright.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Snake. The red dots are your
Yeah.
enemies.
Tutorial
and the blue
time.
cone shape
We
Anywho,
would have had this already in the previous
Be
thing. She could have
careful,
told us
Snake.
then.
The genome soldiers have highly developed senses of hearing and vision due to their gene therapy. Make sure you don't let them see you.
First,
That's
I
not
want
how-
you to
Oh,
infiltrate
that's my
the
mom.
disposal site and look for the DARPA chief.
The DARPA chief was injected
Hey, Mom,
with the
I'm
same
just in the middle of
GPS
streaming right
transmitting
now, I'm so sorry.
nanomachines as you. He should appear on your radar as a
Have fun.
green
Talk to you tomorrow
dot.
morning. Bye.
Get whatever information you can from him about the terrorists. If he's alive, that is.
That was my mom.
How's mom?
I didn't have the time to ask. I will ask another
Snake, your radar
time.
isn't affected by the weather, but if you're
Because there's no pause
Anyway.
button. I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Yes.
I won't be-
Anywho,
I'm afraid.
I'm gonna
Yes,
spout
it's all
a
made from currently
classic
existing
Metal Gear line at
technology.
you.
You won't be able to
Oh my
use
God,
it in an area with
hotness. I
strong
wanna bang
harmonic
you.
resonance.
That's
so be careful.
from
We'll
Sequelitis
be
or
monitoring your
something
movements
with
by
Ego
radar.
Raptor, isn't it?
So contact us by
That is
codec anytime you want.
congratulations. It's
I'll
from
call if I'm feeling
fucking
lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back
Metal
you
Gear
up, so
Awesome,
call
actually,
if you
there.
need some
That's
information
it.
or advice. I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if you want me to record your current status. My frequency is
She will also give you Chinese proverbs.
140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Oh my god, what? I have to remember numbers.
Except for your binoculars.
No, you don't have to.
You need to arm
It
yourself
bookmarks
with
it.
whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First, I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
Jesus, Doctor!
By the way, sorry to
shit, that
disappoint you,
doctor.
but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
Snake, smoking is bad for you. It can cause cancer.
Oh,
If you want to get in, there's the front door. It's the fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
the fuck are pineapples?
Grenades. Well, fragmentation grenades specifically.
Yeah, yep.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
Alright. This
I
could
can't
be
see
cutting
it from
edge,
here.
but everything is fucking gray. The railing is gray. The
let
walls
you
are gray.
decide the
The
best
snow
way.
is gray.
I'm counting on you, Snake.
Alright. Oh, the
Now,
cutscene's
Snake.
over now. Okay.
Now, Snake, before you do anything else, I would recommend that you save. No, like, press down. Trust.
Oh, okay. So meleeing is 149.6, isn't it?
You could have just pressed circle there.
Yeah, sorry, circle.
You called Snake?
Done.
Snake, remember what the Gauls said. The graveyards are full of indispensable men. Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys. Try to be careful and avoid getting into a...
Oh, I can skip. Nice. No, sorry,
You
that
called
was...
Snake?
Nope.
Be careful, Snake.
There we go. Press select, sorry. Alrighty, so... Okay, so... we either go through the helipad, which I feel like is a bad idea. Ow! I thought I could...
Yeah, this ain't Metal Gear Solid 5.
Is he dead? No, he isn't. Ow. Nope. Ow. Damn it. I thought I could punch him unconscious.
Snake? Snake? Snake!
Yeah, I deserve that. Alright,
Yeah.
so...
Good thing I got you to save, huh?
yeah, good thing. Okay, so it looks like there's something on there if we can get to it. So I need to avoid the light, so probably best to try and get to it from here.
Yep.
Nope.
If you're gonna go into light, just run through it.
There we go. Oh wait, hang on. Can I go through here for anything? Oh, shit. How do I... okay, how would I avoid coming out?
Well, you'd need your radar.
Alright, is he gonna know where I am? Nope, alright, never mind. Oh boy. I will be real, I did fuck up on the lights and then I just decided to, like, you know, just continue fucking up. Alright, here we go.
Yeah.
So... alright, there we go, there we go. Run, 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 run! Did it.
Ooh.
Is there a way for me to, like, sprint? Oh, okay, so yeah, I can see it on the radar this time around, so I want to...
Because you're not on an alert.
Surveillance camera?
Oh, okay, so I got, like, a little bit of leeway. Ah, okay, it doesn't really give me a lot of room. So, how would I...
You'd need to use the chaff grenade, probably.
Oh, won't that do, like, a really loud sound?
Nah. Chaff grenades are different. Anyway, if you be nice and sneaky... Actually, I'll just let you play the game.
Yeah. Disable electronics, press... Oh, okay, okay. So...
Go, go, go.
Stun grenade.
Stun grenades.
Nice. Oh my god, that is a very wide range jammer.
Fish tricore.
Okay, and then he's just snoozing.
You could chaff smack him and then... Oh no, I'll just let you.
It just rained and the trick bar smells like fish. Oh, cool. I can get into the car.
SOCOM, you have a gun.
The fuck is a... What?
It's on the other side.
Ah, okay. Semi-automatic pistol. Ah, okay, but it's probably not silenced is the thing, so...
Nope.
I like how I'm holding the grenade in my hand. Alright.
Yeah.
And then... So, there's the front door. And... There's the security camera.
Okay.
Can I be underneath it? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Yep. The dot helps.
Oh, look at him go. Also, your chaff grenades aren't going to do you much service against these guys.
A stun grenade will.
That they will.
I wish I could, like, lock onto, like, the side of the wall before I, like, do the thing. So... Where the fuck? Wait, where did he go? He was there a minute ago.
Oh, he just went behind the fig. See, he's come back around now.
Okay, is there anything here? No, there isn't.
Huh? What was that noise?
Oh, that's not how I do it.
Who's that?
No.
Good move, though. Come back.
Oh,
back.
oh, the... Where's that? Oh, there it is. Ow. Did it!
He did it.
Also, hi there, Slag. This is your first play. You have no idea what absolute masterpiece you have ahead of you. I wish you have a lot of fun. Thank you so much. I have Cap, who is an expert at helping me out with this.
I never claimed to be a Metal Gear expert. I know a lot of things about Metal Gear, but not an expert.
Alright, hang on. So what's the magnifying? Press O to zoom in and O to zoom in. Hello?
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Who?
What are you doing here?
Master
I quit being a
Miller.
drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Well, that's a fucking coincidence.
Campbell told me about the situation
Yeah.
here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about survival in a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you, so call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here.
418.
My frequency is 141.80.
Hi there, Tin. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through Metal Gear Solid. I am not too good at stealth without a lot of the Splinter Cell tools. So, but hey, I'm doing it. I have a pistol, I have a stun grenade, and a chafe grenade. So,
You've also got a oh wait, no, the SOCOM is pistol. My bad.
yeah, SOCOM pistol, semi-automatic. And then, is there a way for me to look? Oh, okay. I just automatically am gonna look down, aren't I?
I moved the DARPA chief to the cell in the first floor basement.
What about the vent shaft cleaning?
They just opened the vent covers.
The vent shaft
Start spraying
cleaning.
for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also, keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman.
Woman in the cell?
I'm beginning to pick up a pattern with Solid
Really?
Snake's, like
already done
the way
3
he
people.
talks.
He's killed.
I'm
3
glad.
people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does that.
He like anything that's given to him, he's just like saying it again back.
Intruder besides me?
Anyway, I want you to increase the security detail on the chief.
I was half expecting him to say security detail. Like I feel like Solid Snake, like his pattern of speech is he's just gonna grab the last thing you've said and give it back to you as a question.
Congrats, you've cracked the case already.
Oh my god. This guy's an idiot.
I'm an idiot.
He really is an idiot. Oh, okay, so we got another security camera over there. And then... don't exactly have a really good way
Pretty
to-
sure you can hit circle on those and look in.
Oh, okay, hang on, let me... Nah. Circle, triangle.
Worth a shot.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, so triangle does like the... But oh my god, the sensitivity is like really high.
Yeah. Maybe you can check that other vent. Maybe there's like something in there.
Let's have a look. Oh my god, he can do a 180. He's a short king.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
Colonel, I'm only 1 pixel tall.
I'm only 1 Minecraft block tall. Alright, so... Yeah, so when you hold triangle, he like zooms in. Oh my god, look at... Alright, so...
Colonel, I'm pretty sure those security cameras use VHS tapes.
No, Snake, they use Betamax. But yeah, so...
I might be showing my youth, but I don't know what Betamax is.
Betamax is the competitor to VHS, but Betamax, while more technically advanced in terms of like quality and such like that, was not really...
Was more pricey to produce?
It was more pricey to produce, and because of that, it wasn't used in a lot of indie media, such as pornography and what have you, so it eventually... Oop, hello? Ring, ring.
Press the action button to drop down.
Thanks for the out of context. Excuse me while I pick up this thing. I'm guessing the action button is the O.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just rations. Okay, cool.
A snack. What's that doing in here?
Actually, to be fair, I probably should eat a snack. There we go.
Yummy. Tasty.
Tasty. Alright, and then... Yep. Game. Ah, there we go.
Honestly, for a talk sprite, I think that did well.
It's a good talk sprite.
Oh.
Use the elevator to change floors. There should be a cargo elevator that you can take down somewhere around there. Try to find it.
That cargo elevator is definitely a loading. It's just a loading section.
I mean, yeah, duh.
Oh, shit. Alright, so we got more chafe grenades for...
Chafe grenades.
Oh, this...
Oh, why am I chafing so hard so suddenly?
To disable the cameras. Oh, it doesn't...
You have the card key for that.
No, get off the wall, get off the wall! There we go. Oof, that was a close one.
Also, you don't have to chuck a chaff grenade every time. You can just sometimes sneak under the camera.
Yep.
If you think about it, I'm just another codec person.
Oh, thermal goggles, nice.
Yeah, you're a striped snake.
Yeah. Cool. Alright, the guards were previously.
Tanks.
And none of them know to look up. Real... Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah.
hang on. No. Alright, cool. So that's not a guard there. That's a camera.
Go, go, go.
Yep. Oh, no. Ooh, close one.
Also, don't forget exploration's a big part of these games, surprisingly.
I'm just trying not to get caught by surveillance.
Yep.
So... Oh, hello. Oh.
Oh, no, that's
It's just another grate.
I know you're not one for backseating, but I'll tell you when you don't need to go somewhere.
Okay. Can I get in these tanks? Oh, shit. Fuck. Shit. Oh, wait. No, I'm good. I'm good now.
Are you there?
Oh, fuck.
You didn't know they could see through those, didn't you?
Okay, maybe I start using the SOCOM.
Snake, answer me! Snake! Snake!
Oh, I should probably... Okay, cool. So it looks like it does like an autosave thing at the...
It's checkpoints.
Yeah.
But if you do exit, you're gonna have to save.
You found out where the DARPA chief is. With his nanomachine transmitter, he should show up as a green dot on your radar when you get close. Try to find him.
Cool. Just let me save.
Come on, Snake, you can do it.
Thank you, Mei Ling.
Also, you don't have to save if you're not like leaving the game.
I just thought it was best to save them. Just so in that way I don't get the...
Do dumplings for dinner later.
Dumplings sound good.
I've got some prawn ones and some pork ones, and if I'm being real, the prawn ones are better.
Alright, so... I don't have a way...
Can I check?
I'm guessing because of the red here, it means I can't open those doors without a key card.
Remember, those things, they can see through those.
Yep. Understood. Just need to... Okay, cool. Found a grate. Oh, is this gonna be a grate that's like taking me back to the opening area rather than being like a... Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, that's exactly where it goes.
Darn it. Okay.
Basically, you remember on the left side of the opening area where there was,
Yeah.
like that one dude sleeping?
Yep, I remember. Okay, I don't see... Oh wait, no, so there, I can see guards. Just can't see... Okay, so there's the guard on the left there. So... And... No, I don't have a way to open that. So I need to get to an elevator. Question is where the fuck is an elevator?
got yourself a weapon. To use it, first hold down the R2 button to
Yay,
enter
at least the
weapon
R2 is the
mode.
same.
Then select the weapon you want with the directional button. After you've selected the weapon you want, let go of the R2 button to exit weapon mode.
If you use, you can equip more quickly while you're bound and press the right to equip the last item. Bare-handed, don't or you might be, if you had a gun with a suppressor, it would be a different story. If you have any questions about weapons, you should ask our military analyst, Natasha. What was the code for Natasha?
Snake, didn't you hear that the DARPA chief... Snake, didn't you hear that the...
I'll figure it out.
Yep.
14152.
14152. Bless you. Okay, so. Ah, damn it. Darn cameras. There isn't like a climbing function as far as I know.
No.
Okay, so wait, so I'm trying to find an
You passed it,
elevator.
by the way.
Is it that door? Oh yeah, it says EL there, doesn't it? Hang on. Yep, that's the elevator. Alright, I know what I'm doing. At least I think I know what I'm doing.
I've got a funny that I can do now.
You got a funny?
Yeah. If I ever want to give you help, I can just go.
Oh. That was you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
God damn it! Alright, so now...
Chat, he's beginning to learn.
Yep.
He's beginning to believe.
I thought because this was red, that... it was locked.
That was orange.
That is...
Oh, you mean on the Soliton?
That's red.
I can't seem to see the stream overlay.
Alright, basement 1. So yeah. Alright, so... Alright, that one was legitimate.
Look at the radar. It's picking up the DARPA chief. He's the green dot. Hurry and rescue him.
What was the, what's-mahoozy for,
Nastasha?
yeah.
141.52.
This is Nastasha Romanenko. A pleasure to work with you, Solid Snake.
Oh,
You're the
Russian.
nuclear specialist that the colonel
Yeah.
mentioned?
That's me. You can ask me anything about nukes that you want. I am also a military analyst, so I have an extensive knowledge of weapon systems as well. They asked me to participate in this operation as a supervisor from the Nuclear Emergency...
You're a tough lady. These are serious about launching new...
I can't believe you're not listening.
Nah. Hey! Alright, here we go.
The ADHD has got to him, folks.
Just a little bit. Alright, so I need a key card for that door.
Yep.
I probably need it for a lot of different doors.
Snake, if you want to
Press
go
the
up
action
or
button.
down a ladder, just press the action button by the ladder.
Thank you.
Snake, if you want to do an action, hit the action button.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so now we're in the vent again. And the reason for that is because then that way we're able to, sorry, just paranoia, just like looking left and right in case there's gas.
Don't speak it, don't say it.
Is that a
Okay, so,
woman?
yep, that's the woman.
Not him.
Snake, the DARPA chief's signal is coming from somewhere in that area. Isn't there some place to drop down? Take a look around in
I'm
first-person
looking.
view mode.
I know the first-person mode. Oh, never mind. Cutscene again.
Who's that?
Okay, so this is the DARPA chief.
Yeah.
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really?
Amazing that they don't have, like,
It's true.
bars. Oh, wait, no, there's a little door window there.
You don't look like one of them. In that case,
No, Jack, not the cat star!
Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
the terrorists?
Oh, his lips aren't moving. He's literally just nodding his head.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, they didn't have the
Terrorists
animation for
threaten the
lip
White
movements.
House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Sweet Jesus.
Is it possible?
It's just like,
It's possible. They could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch?
oh,
This
goddamn,
place
this
is
lady's,
just repeating the
in,
warheads.
interfering in our private
They shouldn't have
conversation.
access to a missile.
Yeah.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay? We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any
Say the
place
line,
on the face
Snake.
of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Is this where Metal Gear comes from? It's just a
Metal
nuclear. Oh, there we go.
It can't be.
You knew?
You knew.
Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
Because we dealt with it 2
Had a
times.
couple of run-ins in the past.
Yep.
So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to a godforsaken place like this?
Because there's a Metal Gear.
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
Yeah, I would
On the
imagine why.
contrary, it's grown into a huge joint project between Arms Tech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production.
That is it. Okay. A nuclear-powered
If it
battle
hadn't
tank
been for the
sounds
revolution.
cool to a child, but is useless in the modern day.
Rex
Yeah.
has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex.
Metal Gear Rex.
Oh, they gave
Code
him.
name for the new Metal Gear prototype. They're probably already finished arming the warhead they plan to use.
So yeah, because we had like a Metal Gear,
Guys
like
are pros.
something a rather name in
Handling and equipping
Phantom
weapons.
Pain. So I'm guessing like
Shut up in there, will ya?
he's just shoot. DARPA chief's just like shoot terrorist.
But I
Let me
thought
talk
the
to
nuclear
myself.
Warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh,
Nope.
You mean PAL? Yes, of course. There is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
Yes, Baker knows
2
one.
passwords?
And I know one.
Baker.
Baker.
President of Arms Tech.
I feel like I can start
right.
predicting when he's gonna ask
Each
next.
of us needs to
Yeah.
input our password, or there can be no launch.
But
they found out my password.
You talked?
no, never mind.
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis?
Psycho Mantis.
One of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
Psychic powers?
Bad.
Finally, he has an opinion to himself.
Yeah.
What is her tattoo? That is a tattoo on her arm.
Baker's password.
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
Card keys?
They were designed by ArmsTech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
Safety lock?
And if I do that?
Oh, never mind.
Yes. You can stop the launch.
That card key.
So where are the keys?
Baker should have them. Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the second floor basement.
Second floor basement.
There we go.
The guards say they moved into an
Triple
area that
synchronization of
electronic
snakes.
jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color?
All right, so I need to look for different colored walls.
It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electrical field.
Personal area network, huh?
It transmits data using the salts in your body as the transmission medium. As you approach the door's security devices, they'll read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
Is he getting a heart attack?
Right on the money.
The stresses just got to him at that moment there. Learning that the Pentagon might actually let the terrorists have a nuke. Well, that doesn't look good. I don't know if they're gonna believe Solid Snake being like, DARPA chief dead? A heart attack?
Dead.
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 The DARPA chief.
Naomi,
He died.
the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No.
That's my line.
Are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you. The Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
Hi, Monkey! Welcome to the stream! Also, can we get a shout out for Monkey? Is this the Monkey I'm thinking of? Yes, it is the Monkey I'm thinking of. You're the Monkey that's playing, what's a Mahuzi? Not Metal Gear, Borderlands. Hang on, can I hide under the bed? Yes, I can.
You can get a snack.
Alright, here we go. How solid is the snake? Very solid.
My snake's solid.
Alright, so we got level 1 equipped, it opens all level 1 security cards. Cool. Alright,
Can I also fuck around and actually order some pizza instead?
Alright. It looks like...
Someone opened the door.
They did, but they're not coming in. Can we get a shout out, please, for Monkey Shine, please? They're a streamer. I recognize them. All right, so there's a person on. Oh, never mind. They gave me a cutscene immediately. Look to your right, Snake.
Don't move.
Damn it.
He's got his butt out.
Yep.
So you killed the chief, you bastard.
I did not. Hades 2 and also
Liquid?
Borderlands 4. And most recently,
No,
Keep Digging.
you're
You were
not.
playing it with Dazarus
Don't
and
move.
Sashera, I believe. Hope you had a wonderful time. Oh, she's shaking.
First time you ever pointed a gun at a person?
Yeah.
Your hands are shaking.
This is the first time I've played Metal Gear Solid, by the by, Monkey.
Can you
So,
shoot me,
no
rookie?
spoilers.
Careful. I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance. That scared look in your eyes. They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie.
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
So we can get the hell out of here.
Looks like we'll be a little delayed.
What are you
Oh,
doing?
shit.
Don't think. Shoot!
Ow. Ow.
Eat it.
There we go.
Eat a snack.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
There we go.
$20.99 for one large value pizza and 2 snacks. Someone spot me a 20.
Hang on. Why do you get money? I need money. Oh wait, let me just... Alright, and then... Get that ration, pick those bullets. Oh, grenade!
Damn.
And she didn't capitalize on this at all. No! Dazarus, yeah, Daz is a good friend. Also, I feel my intro might be getting bored. I'm getting almost 1 minute of delay. That might be on my side, honestly, because there was a little bit of issue with the frame rate and what have you. Actually, I'm gonna try something really Actually, would it be a good idea to do this? No. Yeah, no. And 3, 2, 1. Come on, refresh.
Oh shit, we're good. We are like almost right good. Probably.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say like 15 seconds of delay, which is much more reasonable.
Sync. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 seconds. Hi. So yeah, alrighty. So that was me. That was on purpose. I had to because yeah, there was like over a minute of delay as you saw. All right, hang on. I'm just gonna pick up the ration. There isn't a way for me to climb onto the bed. No, there isn't. Okay. All right, and then keep the level 1 card. Oh, I should just use stun guns. Or my stun grenade. Alright, and then she's gonna open the door. There we go. But yeah, we should be good now. So yeah, hi.
I'm sure you can skip this by pressing the start button, by the way.
Yep. Oh boy. So I'm still going to get hit.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
Shoot, damn you!
Shoot!
Why are you screaming if you're not a rookie, Brookie? He's just laser focused in on you.
Yeah. Is there an auto aiming in this thing? Hopefully. I don't know if it is. Alright, Russian again.
If there's gonna be a shirt stolen, I will have to add.
Oh, there's no darn it. Yay, survived it! Oh, thank you for the hyper himbo, I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. Watch this, it's gonna be important to the lore.
Wait!
Wiggle, 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 wiggle,
Who are you?
Also, Solid Snake has no ass in the last cutscene I did mention. Oh yeah, this was not on purpose, by the by, Monkey. Like, I have one that doesn't have these dinner plate nipples, but I forgot to use that texture on this most recent export, so this is a mistake that I'm going to need to fix.
Thank God. My cyborg loins are enjoying this one. There is no need to be mag dumping like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, so... long ago... Oh! Dude just...
Psycho Mantids.
Just floating in the fucking air.
Just like that.
What a psycho.
He had a pose like a mantis.
That's Psycho Mantis, isn't it?
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the
That's a Psycho Mantis, Snake.
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
Wait,
Must
sorry, I
have been
only
Psycho
just
Mantis'
picked up they're
parents
talking
coming
about
from Psycho Mantis.
nanomachines.
Foxhound Psychic.
Yeah.
Think of it as a mental feedback.
This is the
Nanomachines-
same nanomachines from Metal Gear Solid Revengeance, right?
They're a less advanced form of nanomachines, son.
Nanomachines, son. Alright, first off, is there anything under this thing? No, there isn't. Okay. Go barehanded. Alright. So he's just knocked out for Evs. Alright, we got more bullets, that's good. More bullets. Excellent. You are right, Cap. It is important to explore.
Yeah.
And this game makes a mention of, like, different colored walls apparently are gonna be important.
That's gonna be in second floor basement.
Yep. Oh, but there's level 1 doors I can go through on the ground floor.
Yeah. Actually, I highly recommend you do that.
Time for backtracking.
This game is all about backtracking.
Alright, there we go. Alright, so this is a level 1 door. That doesn't have any security cameras, that's good. Giving us a cardboard box and chafe grenades we cannot use. We can only apparently hold 3.
Cardboard box.
take the random guess that the cardboard box is, like, as showed in the Smash Bros, is like a stealth tool?
That it is. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Yeah, but like, it's used in Metal Gear Solid, but I didn't use it that much. Ow.
Granted, he's not getting the Foxhound ranking.
No. Don't know what the fuck that is.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake?
Rankings is not important, I don't think. Alright. Oh, okay, cool. So it does autosaves here as well. Alright, so... Oh, hello, Bruce. Oh, I can't get those bullets. Darn. Alright, so that was the only door we could open.
On this floor, specifically. Might be more on the tank floor.
Okay, so that's a level 1 door. Yeah, I didn't use the cardboard box all that often. What am I meant to do with this guy?
Smack the shit out of him?
Who's he?
Well, technically you can grab him. No, you have the suppressor. Super.
Is the SOCOM going to be suppressed?
Yeah. Let me check how you grab in MGS1.
Can't pick up more cell phone bullets.
Okay, so when you're behind someone and you want to sneakily grab them and like choke them out, you just hit the you hold the circle button.
Oh, okay. Alright, what happens if I'm in the cardboard box while the camera goes over?
The camera don't give a shit.
The camera doesn't give a shit while I'm moving either for this bit, so...
That or you were just out of range.
So, hold the circle.
Yeah. Almost had it.
I noticed, like, I do something with the square button as well. Hang on a second. So I do this. Alright, let me get the... Here. Okay, so that's fair enough. Like, I'm a huge fan of like Assassin's Creed and doing it stealthily and in Dishonored and all that. Do you believe, Eve, that I would go through those games with stealth and low chaos as the preferred method of completion? I know it doesn't look like it with all of this jankness to me being stealthy, but it's true.
My bad, it's not the circle button, it's the square button that grabs.
Oh, okay, so...
You also have to be unarmed to do grabs.
Yep.
Make sure you're unarmed.
Yep.
You were moving, so you didn't grab. Since you were moving while you did the grab, you actually threw him. There you go, you killed him. With a grab.
Oh, okay. So that's okay. I hate that I can't, like... Hopefully there's like it's like a small range of... Also, I'm gonna make it, the next time I grab the cardboard boxes and such, I am most definitely gonna just save there. Just so that way I'm not doing the running around and all that.
Hmm.
There we go, so here. Things turn like so. Alright. Ding.
You caught Snake?
Yep, saving the game here, in the storage.
Snake, listen to what Lo Chi said. He who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. Just because you see an item doesn't mean that you always have to get it. If you don't really need it, think twice before you stick your neck out.
Wow, that is some very poignant advice after I picked up the cardboard box for like the 4th time now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can do that.
Exactly. Good job.
Nice. I probably could have done that way sooner. I am going to do that so many more times. I'm going to be real with you. I'm just going to be strangling so many fuckers. All right, I just need to remember. You know what? I'm going to move to... Okay, cool. So you have like a pretty decent range. But yeah, instead of using the analog stick, I'm just going to use the D-pad. Actually, no. Fuck it.
Yeah, no, the D-pad is like crazy useful, considering this was a game made for D-pad.
Hang on a sec. I need to wait for this guy
to fuck off.
Well, just to turn his back, so then that way when I go over to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grant's got a taste for blood.
Alrighty. Now I know what I'm doing. Now I know. Cap, you've answered some very important questions. Because I'll be real with you, this game didn't tell me how to strangle people, but now I do know.
Technically, some people do the VR missions first because they work as a tutorial. Also, be careful.
Oh, hello. There's a little thingy-majig on the wall there. Hang on. Disable electronics, disable enemies. Oh, okay.
You don't have the required item yet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what?
You got hit by a trap.
How did... What? Okay, hang on.
You stopped in the middle of a pitfall trap. You can just run through. Just like...
Oh, how the fuck was I supposed to see there's a pitfall there?
Yeah.
grenades. Oh, nice. We now have grenades. Well, I'm gonna be paranoid as fuck now because, like, how many of... Alright, so that's a level 2 door. That's a level 3 door. Level 1. C4. Cool. I'm guessing C4 will be better. Level 5? Oh my god, there's gonna be more level traps than... Oh, fuck off. Alright, so that's a... Alright, so that's not what we want. Let's go C4. Set it there.
You do not need to be all the way that far. Oh, looking fine.
More stun grenades, that's nice. But can't carry... So we can't carry a lot of chafe grenades, but we can carry more stun. Alright. Oh!
This is fun to watch.
I'm just going through. You're just like, ha! What a rookie! Sipping as I go through the same traps. All right.
You're as green as my water bottle.
Hmm. All right. So there's the. So we can't open that one. All right. So this one can be opened. This one has a C4. And then those can't be opened.
Also, don't forget. Actually, I'll just let you take it at your time.
Yeah, take it at my time as I become a real idiot. Oh.
Yeah.
There's grenades. So there's cracks, but I don't think those are the same as like the actual like walls plastered.
Hmm.
So, what level card do you want? Level 4. Okay. I just don't know how I feel about trap doors that aren't trap door indicators. So, like...
Kojima wasn't fucking around.
Alright, so... Oh, you... Wait, can I go over them again? Oh, no. Okay. How... Okay, how am I supposed to tell? They look the exact fucking same.
Yeah, no, you're not supposed to tell. You're just not supposed to, like...
You're just supposed to hear it and then just be like, uh-oh.
Yeah. You just gotta lock in and, like, not get hit.
Oh my god. Alright, so now I need to find a different wall.
Kojima just puts you in the game and tells you, no balls.
Alright, so...
Dude, it was right in front of you.
Wait, so those kinds of these are enough? Wait. That one right there.
Yeah.
There we go. I thought you were going to tell me that the other kind of cracks were going to do it as well, but thankfully not. Alright.
Snake, you can't use your radar in that area. There's some kind of electronic jamming coming from there. I wonder what it is. Anyway, be careful.
Can I just, like, save infinitely?
Be careful, Snake.
At some point, funnily enough, Mailing actually gets mad at you and doesn't let you save anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so electronic interfere. Oh, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's beginning to believe.
I can see things.
Yeah.
Oh. The fuck was that?
That was a turret. Smart boy. Dude, get out of there.
Oh, okay, so it is not meant to be where I'm meant to be. Never mind then. Thank you for telling me do not be in there. Okay, so that might not be it.
No, he was. You missed something.
Okay.
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 Push it.
Yes. There's just Cap here. It's just like, all right, I am gonna need to hold this man's hand. Oh, there it is. All right, I got. There we go. Okay.
I'm having the what's his face? Speed. You know how he fucking smiles and like tries not to laugh?
Yeah. You're trying not to laugh there.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best character in the game.
An old man.
Am I too late?
Not quite.
Okay. Alright.
He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right?
Baker.
Don't worry. I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
There he is.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Touch that wire.
Revolver
Awesome.
Ocelot.
Blow up along with the old man.
What?
So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
Get your screenshots ready.
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot.
He's Revolver Ocelot.
So an old man.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake.
He just does another twirl.
See if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves.
This man's an American.
Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
I can't say anything because that's spoilers.
It's just like, yeah, the single action Colt. Ah!
Good luck.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Hiding won't help you. I understand the bullets you shoot. I make them go where I want. I love to reload during that. There's nothing like the feeling of slamming a long silver bullet into a well-greased chamber. I'm alive. Let's go.
He's beating your ass.
You better hurry up.
Well, I was trying to stun him with a...
Don't you wanna? I love the smell of corda. You know, that sultry smell. But to you, it'll be the smell of your own death.
I wanted to try and use stun grenades on him so then that way I could like do a proper hit on him, but...
What's wrong?
Trust me, he's too tricksy for that.
Ah, okay. Alright, so it is literally just, you know, do the...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Watch his bullet count. Wait till he reloads.
Yeah. And this time, do not get caught by the explosion. So,
And you're gonna have to go without my commentary for a little bit, because my pizza's about here.
Chat, she's leaving me for pizza.
I like pizza.
I'd like to eat more.
Come, buddy.
I love it. All right. Alive. Let's go. Hiding woman. You better hurry up. The old... Don't you want to settle this? I love the smell of boredom. You know, that sulfury smell.
Get caught on. Go.
Wait a minute.
There we go.
You're pretty good. Just what I expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What?
Oh.
My hand!
Great, so he killed the arms dealer president. Whoever.
Stealth camouflage.
That guy.
Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again! Who are you? I like you. I have no name.
Just a
that exoskeleton.
Hi there, Wild Saber. Oh, that guy's squeaking out. Fortnite just had the coolest life monster for death. Came back for last coolest summoning ever. Nice!
Who the hell?
Fortnite definitely is moving into like being a platform for more than just shooters. I've noticed ever since they've done music festivals.
Who are you? I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
Oh, god damn, these old
now the
men
terrorists
are
have
terrible.
both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation.
Oh,
Everyone
cool.
who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man.
Oh yeah, because Revolver Ocelot is
Is he
the
okay?
Dead.
the what's-a-whoosy,
Can't be.
the torturer.
You
in
know,
this
that's
equation.
not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up.
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA chief. He had a heart attack or something.
A heart attack? Oh, don't be a fool.
Anyway, the terrorists have both codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I'm back.
Agree.
Welcome back. I defeated Revolver.
Who knows? Maybe they're like
good
us
job.
in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys.
Pizza?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
Starting with the garlic bread.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists.
No, that woman.
Woman.
You can't take this seriously with the low
soldier
polygons.
thrown in
I
prison alive.
I think there's a charm.
Male soldier. It
I
must
think there
be.
is a charm to this
said she
game,
just
being able to
joined up as a
still
new recruit.
convey like
They threw her in
emotion
prison
and what
because
have
she
you with the low
refused to take part
polygons.
in
I
the
think it
New
works.
recruit. Could that be the colonel's niece?
Like, in my honest opinion, I think this still works.
managed to
I
break out of
can
here, though.
definitely
I hope
imagine,
she's
like, if they
okay.
wanted to do,
I'm
like,
sure she
you know, the
is.
Metal Gear
She's
Delta,
green, but as
Metal
tough
Gear
as they
Solid
come.
Delta
But how
treatment
did you
on
know
Metal
she
Gear Solid
escaped?
1 and Metal Gear
I
Solid
was in
2. I
contact
reckon
with
they
her
would
by
totally
Codec.
be worth it
Until I
if
was
they
tied
went
up
down
here,
the
that
full
is.
route of we need
Codec.
to start from scratch,
Yes,
not
she
just,
stole it
oh,
from the
here's
guard.
the game
She still has it.
mechanics
You should be
and
able to
its original
contact her.
engine, and then here's UE5 for the graphical on
What
top. It's
frequency
like,
was
if,
she at?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let me tell you, it's
they did that already,
for Metal Gear Solid.
and it sucked.
Sorry, I
Damn.
forgot.
It's called Twin Snakes, and it doesn't actually suck. It's just like
That's right.
really
It should be
fucking
on the back of
stupid.
the CD case.
Good supplementary content.
Contact her right
Not a
away.
good replacement.
But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
Wacky and Valuable Arm 2, man. Oh yeah, Wild Saber. You got
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my
Sly
employees.
Fox's
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If
So yeah,
there's
so the
anyone who can
DARPA
figure
chief
out how to
might
stop
not be
Metal
telling
Gear from
everything
launching,
because
it's him.
What if he can't
apparently
come up
he
with
had
it?
like
You'll have to
psychic
destroy it.
blocker implants in his
Emmerich knows how
brain,
to
same as
destroy
this
Metal Gear.
guy.
Where
But
is this
he
Emmerich?
like revealed his code because he,
Probably being
you know,
held somewhere in the
was
nuclear
tortured for
warhead
it.
storage
So we don't know how
building.
the first
North
guy
from here.
might
That's
have
where he
revealed his
worked.
code.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today. Listen, have you ever seen a warehouse full of nuclear material?
No.
Drums and drums of nuclear waste stacked this high, as far as you can see. Because there's still no real way to dispose of the stuff.
So they just close the lid and try to pretend like it'll go away?
That's not entirely true.
And they're not even
Yeah.
doing a good job of storing
He's
it.
just like
Many
doing
of the
this for a
drums are
point.
corroded
Yeah.
with nuclear
And
waste
besides,
seeping
at this
out
point
of
in
them.
time, nuclear wasn't as well studied.
Yeah, and there wasn't like a because some people thought like nuclear waste and what have you was like, oh, it's actually filled to the drum and possible of getting leaked, and it's like, nope. Like those drums are
That's
filled.
lead insulation.
Yeah, that's filled with concrete and what have you. So like an entire drum normally only contains about like, you know, a foot of nuclear waste.
We live in an age when
We are very paranoid about
can have
leaving
a
nuclear waste
weapons
around.
program.
What about the other superpowers?
Mainly because of
Still
Chernobyl and
maintain
Tokyo.
a significant nuclear
Wait, was it Tokyo?
presence.
No, it wasn't Tokyo.
Oh no, this was before then.
Disarmament is an impossibility.
This is the disposal, which is where the fuck do we put it afterwards? We're only more concerned about its active use after Chernobyl and Tokyo, but like the actual disposal before those events was still just as high. Like way back when we were like, how do we prevent people to never go digging here? And that's where you got like artwork of these like really tall spires, because it's like, how do you depict with no language?
Yes.
Do not
And
dig
after my
here.
company lost their bid to produce the Air Force's next line of fighter jet, the Metal Gear system was our last ace in the hole. That's why we pushed to have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black Project.
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget.
You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Damn liberals.
Comedy.
Hitting us with military
I prefer to
budgets.
think of it as good business. Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I don't give a crap about you and your company.
Yes, that's about what I'd expect from a grunt like you. Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise. Don't play dumb. I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from that sadistic maniac while he was torturing me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss.
Telling me Fallout lied to me? Yes, the British lied to you on how nuclear waste is disposed. Because, you know, it doesn't seem as dangerous when you realize that there's like 4 feet of concrete between you and the nuclear waste.
I have one more question. Who or what was that ninja thing? It looked like you knew something.
That ninja?
Hang on, let me find an image.
Foxhound's dark little secret.
Dark little secret?
An experimental genome soldier.
You know him?
You should ask Dr. Naomi Hunter from Foxhound. She knows better than I.
Naomi?
You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but...
Oh, and another heart attack.
What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went and did it.
What are you talking about?
Don't forget to call Naomi after this. I want to know what the deal with that ninja is.
What the hell? Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn!
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
Yay! Full
You got
health.
more health.
Wait, more health? What?
Oh no, you didn't get full health. You're at half health now.
Oh, okay. Alright, so that's level 2 card. What level is this? 4. Okay. So...
Now that you have level 2, you can go into other doors.
Yay! I just need to get out of this wall. There we go. And there were... So that's level 6 and that's level 4, so do not go in there. Snake! Yeah, no, Wild Saber, you're gonna hear that a number of times. You're gonna hear that a number of times. Like, Snake, Snake, Snake! I am absolutely terrible.
Uh-oh, there's a person patrolling.
Oh my goodness. If only I had some sort of tool to strangle them and knock them out. Oh!
It looks like the place is protected by infrared sensors. Somehow you'll have to make it past the beams.
That would have been great to know earlier. And I am nearly dead.
Mm.
There we go. Alrighty. There we are.
There you go.
So yeah, I just had to sort of like almost slide to do that. Alright, so that's a level 3. Now... Yeah, it was this one that had the... So I should have seen because of the red lines. Yeah, there it is, there. So now if I... Yeah, that would have done it.
Yep.
So I need to be mindful about that. And the fact that I have to switch key cards.
Bit annoying, isn't it?
Just a little bit, but I imagine it's not going to be that problematic if I go through this game with fewer screw-ups. And not get cut off by things like that. Alright. Now, as far as I know... Is there a... No, there wasn't a, Alright, we'll go to V1 next.
You sure?
Just to double check stuff. Because I'm pretty sure there was like things... Should be doors open. Wait, what? Oh, that's a level 6. Okay. And then this is a level 1. We've already gone through here. Oh yeah, is the dude... Nope, he's not here anymore. So, the guy who had a heart attack is gone. The guy that's unconscious is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's nothing... Alright. Back up to the first floor we go. Wait, are the guards back up? Bullets.
There they are.
It's annoying that I don't see the radar while the thingamajiggy is going off, which means... There we go. So we already went through those doors. so yeah, the only other doors to go through are the ones on the upper floors. Wait, wasn't there a guard up here?
Yeah.
Well, that's the last of the guys. Not doing perfectly. And a mine detector. Cool. And then let's see. So for you, we got a FAMAS. Wait, is there another thing we could pick up? There's a little red dot here. Oh, it's probably for the floor below because of the security camera that would be there.
Yep. You don't need to use that yet.
Oh, that's a level 4 door. Okay. Oh, look, there's a guy down there. I thought I knocked him unconscious. I thought I stranglehold him. Alright, I'm gonna go with the random question of... The guy was talking about, like, the code on the back of the CD. Does that mean I have to look at the back of the... Do not get stuck on the railing.
Shit, I forgot. Call 14015.
140 what?
15. You see that on the back of the cover, because Meryl's on there.
Yeah. God damn it. Oh, there's multiple shooters, never mind. Alright. So there I am, back on the first floor. Get anything from you for it. Alright. Any other doors for me? Alright, so the only one worth opening is upstairs. So yeah, because we've already... There we go. Would be nice if they dropped rations, but okay. Alright, 14015, right?
Yep.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures.
With infinite lives, I can be.
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before.
Okay, how are we only have like the ear thing. So how are we getting the visual here?
Eyes.
They're not soldiers'
Good question.
eyes.
I don't know.
They're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry. You'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why are you
Why
flirting
did you
in
look
this
so surprised when
situation?
you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You mean the terrorist leader, Liquid Snake?
Yeah, you know him? You're not brothers, are you?
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first I want some information. You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here?
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
Yeah,
That's okay.
got that.
But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh boy, it's just like them. Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay, you see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top-secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear program. Well, that's what I heard anyway.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
Sorry. I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker.
Okay.
How's he holding up?
He's dead.
Dead.
What?
He's dead.
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA chief.
The chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second-floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second floor basement?
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that's done anyway.
But we already...
Then we better do something before
Weren't we already
finishes.
down to the level 2? We didn't have any other doors we
In
could
case
open.
we can't override the detonation code in time, I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first time.
Ah.
What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Excellent.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
I'm not green.
Oh, yes, you are. You
Oh, yes,
pause
you
for
are.
just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training. But when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Oh,
Shooting
here comes the
at targets and
anti-war
shooting at living, breathing
moments.
people are different.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action. And now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
Okay, how do we get the level 5
You're
card?
a real bastard.
Just like my uncle said.
Huh. I told you. The real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
Alright. Do you have anything important to say to us?
Don't worry, Colonel. Meryl is fine.
Thank God.
Meryl is a very strong woman. I really respect her.
She's got plenty of heart.
Thanks, Snake.
Not so fast. The real mission is still ahead.
Oh, okay, that's all there is. Although I forgot what the real mission is.
He's gotta wait for Meryl
Engineer
to...
is now your primary goal. When Meryl opens up the cargo door, I want you to head north.
Cool. So yeah, I just need to grab this stuff that was up here earlier. Yeah, there's a guard there.
Honestly, box up.
Mr. Box.
Nice. I need to remember not to like push the you know, the directional when I do that as well.
Yeah, it's very finicky.
Yeah. I wish I didn't do the whole like, you know, cartwheeling them when moving them.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Your ass jiggles like crazy.
Snake, the cargo door
that
is like
ass
an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Snake, come on.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way I can figure out whether or not I'm cut out to be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
Alright, cool. So the door open. I'm gonna pick up the mine detector because I imagine it's gonna be one of those random things that is gonna be helpful. Mine detector.
Okay.
Another ration. Okay, cool. Ah. The latching onto
once you get to
walls
the-
is a little finicky.
Once you get to the cargo door, don't forget to use the infrared the goggles.
Radio.
It took me so long to get past that door because I didn't have the goggles.
Alright, so where is this door?
It's next to the elevator on the right side.
Ah, yeah, I see the thingy-majiggy. I see the...
Be careful, Snake. That airlock is set with infrared sensors. You probably can't see them with your naked eyes, but there are infrared beams coming out of that wall. Touch any one of them, and the doors will seal off, and the place will be flooded with poison gas. Somehow, you've got to get through without setting off those sensors.
I'm guessing the cigarettes would have been what would be used to help.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Yep, so that's just a simple up and down. Damn it! Now I have to worry about a gas. Which I have no means of... Favorite brand, smoking insiders to your health. Oh, it's just gonna... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought there was a way for me to tank that, but never mind.
No.
What's wrong? Snake!
Snake! I am not too great at this. Oh, cool, I'm back here. Nice. Telling me about...
That's just the Meryl call again.
Yep, okay. I need to be just a lot better with that. No.
Be careful, Snake.
Yep.
Got it.
You said to gun it!
You didn't gun it hard enough. I wonder what happens if you smoke while doing this.
You just have a smoke.
Snake, answer me! Snake! Snake!
Yep, and then...
You can just ignore the calls, by the way.
Don't smoke too much. Cigarettes make you weak in mind and body. They're bad for you. Yeah, okay. I'm still gonna listen to them when they pop up. Where is my... Oh, okay, cool. There we go. Oh, thank goodness this is a level 2 card. It only took me 3 tries.
I'm gonna give Mailing a ring.
What is it, Snake? Snake, like Shakespeare said, naught's had, all spent, while our desire is got without content. Basically, it means that your desire can get you into trouble if you're not careful. That goes for items, too. Don't get too greedy or you might be sorry. Be careful, Snake.
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby?
Listen, there's a tank in front of your position waiting to ambush you.
Who are you, anyway?
One of your fans.
Oh, look at that. It pops up on the radar. Nice. And I'm guessing this is the... Here comes the tank.
This is Raven's territory. Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message.
Good dodge.
That's right. You belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are. Come, let's fight.
You're in a tank. That is hardly fair. Damn it.
If I were you, I'd make some phone calls.
Sounds like a plan.
What's wrong? Snake!
Loose from the... Alright, so that's Deep Throat.
Snake, be careful.
Yep, so 1048. Or, yeah, 140, 48. And then... I swear there was rations here. There they are. And then we get this cutscene. And then...
Snake, look out for that tank's main gun. It'll pulverize you. There should be some way. Ask Nastasha. She knows everything there is to know about weapon systems.
Excellent, so I need to talk to Natasha.
That M1 tank is equipped with advanced electronics. Once it locks onto a target, it automatically tracks it. And its main gun is effective up to 3,000 meters.
Oh, Jesus.
You'll have to confuse its tracking system. Use your chaff. If you can jam the system and get close enough, it won't be able to
Hi there,
use
Super
its
Mario.
gun. Use your chaff at a long distance to fool its electronic systems.
Alright, and then what's Deep Throat's gotta say? No response. Alright, so... That's not what I wanted it to do.
You got grenades. Use them.
Using them. Ow. Oh, that's... Nope.
You are not doing too well.
Shut up. I'll figure this out.
You can't exactly run and toss in this game. There we go. Oh, nice. He's out of the tank. Hang on. Oh, wait, no, the gunner is...
See how you like this?
Ow. 4 grenades to do it. Hi there. I'm doing all right. I am just. I am not perfect at this game. Yeah, it took so many grenades. 2 full grenades, as noted by Cap, who is something of an expert.
Like,
they're not an expert, but I just use that as a joke because they know more about this than I do, which is
at some point during the middle of that fight, I almost wanted to say, "Give me the controller," as if we were like playing next to each other,
just on a couch.
You got the
yeah.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon.
No,
Much
just
like
an angry
you,
trans woman.
Expect no less.
Yep.
See? I told you so. But I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, snake is mine now.
Why are the ravens like just...
I'll take special care of him.
Because he's Vulcan Raven.
Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes. The raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
He just dips his forehead into Snake's like chest cavity.
Just bonk, headbutt.
Yeah.
Yay! Alright, I am not dead. And I can now hold 3 rations.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's to open a gate, which I don't care for.
You try going first person.
Yeah.
Do you see those trucks?
I can go into those trucks.
Yeah, and if you put a box on yourself in the truck, it's fast travel.
Nice. I still need to get to that truck, so let me see what happens. But it doesn't look like I have a way down. It looks like my only...
Try again. Try again. Look close. Look real close.
Oh. Yeah, like, considering the view I'm on, I'm always gonna be
You
forgetful.
absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Another misconception. Warheads require fission. You're not gonna launch a nuclear warhead with a bullet.
Totally careless. They're working
Hello.
on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the
Hi there,
media,
secret
but
spy.
this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do.
All of the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
No, fine.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
They gave an explanation.
They gave a much better explanation than the previous one of, oh, there's nuclear warheads down there.
Yeah. It is a pretty good explanation. They're just saying plutonium sucks. We don't want to deal with that.
Yep. There we go. Soften bullets.
At least you don't have to hide the bodies like in
Metal
like
Gear
in 5.
Yeah. But I will be real with you. I think in 5, you have, like, way more tools of disposal and what have you. So, like, this one
Plus
I feel
it's
like...
just built better.
Yeah. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Oh, hang on. I'm doing the stealthing. Where did the guy go? Do not go down the stairs. not go down the step. There we go.
Grant's a fucking demon.
Oh yeah, no, this just makes my life easier. Alright, so that leads us to the elevator. Security camera there. You give me the opportunity to just like stealth kill people. Like Payday 2, they have a stealth mechanic, but the problem is that oh, hang on, let me just. Payday 2 has a stealth mechanic, but if you knock a guard out, even if they weren't alerted to you or anything like that, they will need to do a radio check. They will not let you.
Oh, I wouldn't do that because you'd have to go back through the thing.
Oh, okay. So I need to go through the elevator, actually, because there was an elevator there. It wants me going down to the second basement floor.
Second floor basement?
But yeah, the,
I'm also gonna BRB real quick.
Not to worry, not to worry. But yeah, in Payday 2, it's like, you can only, like, knock out guards, like, 4 times before, like, you know, they won't let you use, like, the... Because every time you knock out a guard, whether or not they were aware of your presence or what have you, they will do a radio check of like, oh, hey, are you live there, guard? And you have to be like, oh, yes, I am. Sorry, I just, you know, had a Butterfingers moment or something like that. No pissing on the job. Gotta be very careful in an enemy base. Oh, oh, okay. So yeah, this is the women's, and it won't let me in the women's bathroom, I suppose. And that requires level 3. Which, yep, that unlocks for me. And then that's a level 6. So yeah, so I need to go through here. That requires level 4. Nikita launchers. Whatever the fuck those are. Okay, there's a part of me that kind of wants to go to the bathroom now after I just killed that man. Neck. Bullets, which is a shame. And I don't have any more cards I can use from those looks of it. So I can go through this door. That gives me nothing. No. So, card level 5, card level 4, and there's no different color walls for me to blow up. They're what's-my-losey, so... My only option is to go down to the second floor basement. Second floor basement. Danger. I have no way through there. And my only way is through these doors. Ah, okay, it's a... Danger! Alright. I will need to turn off the power.
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
I'm sorry, what? They're like, use a remote-controlled missile. That sounds ridiculous. Press to fire.
Sorry, keep you waiting.
So, I've gotten a remote-controlled missile from like the earlier floors, and and I got like a deep throat being like, be careful. Hang on. Okay, so I need to be worried about my oxygen levels. Press 4 and then use directional buttons. Cool. I'm an idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, GrantZeebs.
Yep, me.
One of the gamers of all time.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, so I need to...
So close to your oxygen, bro.
Oh, sorry. I'll figure this out shortly. Look, it's a little bit difficult. So, because I don't have like the map to do the thing, and it like wants me to move really quickly with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy to aim because I need to somehow get it to that. All right, let's try this again. Ah! Is there a way for me to just... Hang on. I need to... Where's the option to, like, quit? And then, because I need to get to, like... Oh, no, because then... Go to the thing. God damn it. Alright, hang on. I wish it can go, like, above the walls, but it can't. What?
Sorry, I'm just watching with bated breath.
Yeah. Because I'm trying not to hit the, Here we go, and... Come on.
You had it.
It goes a little too slow for me to like just leave it, unfortunately.
Oh no, it's because you didn't go back for breath.
Like, but here's the problem: is that like I can't, like, I use the directional is the thing to like, I use this directional.
I know. It's just that you took a shot, failed the shot, and then didn't go back for breath.
Ah, okay. It's just one of those kinds of classic problems. Cool. Skip this. Knowing my luck, I'm gonna need to.
No.
Snake, what?
Do this just so then that way I can at least like control it to some degree, and then go, and then can I move my character? No, I cannot. He's just stuck there. Get out of the gas. Get out of the gas. There we go. So, there like, he just needs to hold his breath there? Full stop?
Yep.
Oh boy. Rations, thank you.
Careful, camera.
Yeah. There we go.
Good move.
All right. Level 3. Cool. Here we go. Good morning, Phantom Superman. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through Metal Gear Solid for the first time, and Cap is giving me all the help they can because I know nothing about it, and I have been failing at some of the most basic, rudimentary parts of it.
It looks like they were cut by some type
the
of
codec.
blade.
Oh, speaking of, you remember when you were asking about the visuals on the codec?
Yeah.
Turns out, wrist-mounted camera and screen.
Oh, okay, so you're so he's just like doing that kind of thing. He's doing like an Apple Watch thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Phantom Superman. I greatly appreciate it. What did I miss, Sonic? Also, why did you bonk me?
And hyper himboing is best paired with titties out.
Not with the dinner plates out.
But I love the dinner plates.
Crazy. Absolutely nuts.
But we all know, I'm a freak at nature.
Oh,
Hi, Onyx.
There's a door here. Oh, can I pick up... No, I can't pick up the FAMAS. And the door is malfunctioning.
I'm glad I got to see this. My goat.
He's pissing himself.
Yeah, he's my goat though.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Say the line.
Snake.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless.
Cyborg.
I've removed all obstacles.
I know a little thing about that.
I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
Oh, Jesus.
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle.
He's my goat. He's my goat, though.
What is it, revenge?
It is nothing so trivial as revenge. A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that man.
The
Keep your
cock
hands
locker.
off him.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Good luck. Oh no. That won't work.
Snake, you can't defeat me with a weapon like that.
You wanna know what you gotta do?
He's a cyborg, so I imagine the chafe will disable his electronics. Ow.
That and you gotta give him straight fisticuffs. You're a real chaff spammer.
They won't let me fight in
Yeah, you can't hit people when they're down.
Yeah, the chaff spamming was by accident. Oh, God, are you kidding me? So it's like any amount of bullets will do it? Yeah, I'm fine with it doing that because I accidentally spammed my limited.
Yep.
So that was it.
I like how you call it chafe.
It's because that's what it is. CHAAFF.
That's chaff.
Chaff, sorry. Alright, we've seen the guy piss himself already, so we're skipping that.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
See, it's annoying. I can't, like, hit him more. I just have to wait for the chaff to expire.
You can't defeat me with a weapon like that.
Okay, there's no chaff. I somehow ran past his nonsense.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it, I'm pressing square by accident. I pressed it by accident and now I pressed the chaff.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm used to like the square button being the knocking out thing.
Honestly, using chaff is kind of like unneeded. You just need to like circle it good.
Oh, okay, so just need to circle.
Hey, you're at phase
right,
3.
So I didn't have to get him down to the...
It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Oh, okay. Do not be under him when he does that.
Yeah.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
Thermal goggles.
Thank you.
I'm here, Snake. Hurry up and catch me. Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
Alright, so... Don't spam the chase. Like... You need to remember to not to do that. Alright, so there is the... Run through here. I'm gonna swap to...
Now you gotta give him fisticuffs the whole fight.
Give me a minute.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again. That's good.
See, now he's saying that's good, Snake, because you're actually fighting
okay.
good.
Hand to hand.
And because
When
we
you were
do it
using the gu-
that way he doesn't use the sword on me too often. Okay.
Yeah. Like when you use a gun, he calls you a little bitch.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could kick it just down.
Come on.
Look at you, you're actually moving now. His iframes are fucking crazy though.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfair, like how much he doesn't get hit. Give me open space. There we go. There we are.
Snake, kick the shit out of me more.
level, doesn't it?
Yep.
Hurry up and catch me.
So...
I'm here, Snake. Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
I wonder how much he's gonna be annoyed with me when I pull out the gun at the last, like, few frames. Ow. I didn't know he could do that.
No. You really gotta, like, dodge his count. Like, he's got hella counters. So, like, stay on the move.
Yeah.
That's it. I remember that punch.
You don't initiate attack. Here you go.
I figured it out. Yep.
Remember Snake?
Not at all.
Feel the battle.
I didn't play Metal
Also,
Gear
let
1
me
or
just
2.
do check the reviews.
That's good, Snake.
Ow. I was trying to, you know...
Hurt me more.
Okay, I need to pick up rations. I'm pretty sure there's rations around here somewhere.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Let's just walk around, isn't it?
Yep.
Hurt me more.
Nice try, punching a chair.
You got his ass.
Oh, I probably should have stayed away from that.
Yeah. You couldn't have expected it, though. No.
Hurt me more. Hurt me more.
I'm gonna keep it real. I didn't even.
Like, am I so... He's basically dead at that point, and yet I still had to hit him, which is annoying.
Yeah.
And now we're back to here.
Hey, but now you know how to do it real good.
Yeah, now I know how to do it real good, but I'll be real with you. I'm probably gonna I'm gonna start throwing bullets when he starts doing that shit.
Yeah.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
This game is very homoerotic, if you can't tell.
Just a little bit.
Or just erotic in general, because, like... Spray Fox, there's Monicon, and then there's all the women characters in the game with sexual tension with Snake.
Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Interesting that he can break through the glass. Ow! I thought
Yeah,
I
no,
dodged
this
that.
presentation in this game is impressive.
stealth portion again.
Hurry up and catch me. I'm here, Snake. Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain. Hurt me more. More. More.
I wonder if there's a way.
That's it. I remember that punch. Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The
Welcome back, YY.
bone and sick.
Welcome back.
Ow! God damn, that's a big punch.
That's good, Snake.
That is a very annoying, strong punch as well, so...
Indeed.
Oh, god damn it, I fell for it again.
That's
I didn't move in the right direction.
Hurt me more.
Back in tweak out.
Yep. Ow. I thought that would do it, but I guess it doesn't. And I just have to be mindful of the...
Yep.
There we go. Hi there, Mizuki! This guy's a masochist? Yes, he is. And he keeps hurting me!
Do you remember me now?
Hurt me more.
But yeah, I had to use the gun at the end there, because I'm like, nah, I'm not dealing with that shit again. Who the fuck is... Ow. Getting flashbang. How's it going,
Yeah.
Mizuki? Have you played Metal Gear Solid before? Never have. This is my first time, and Cap's helping me. I have
What's
a bandana.
Yeah. I'm right.
Nope, never have, except for Phantom Pain. Hey, same here! Same here! This is my first time experience. You and I, kindred spirits here.
Is it over?
So many games we've not played that are everyone else's just like a forte of like, oh yeah, I've played this before now. Slowly but surely I'll get through more of these games. I have no idea how I'll go through Metal Gear Solid 4 when the time comes, but hopefully by the time I get to Metal Gear Solid 4, they will have released Volume 2 of the Master Collection, which will contain that.
Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Who the fuck is Gray Fox?
Gray Fox.
You of all people should know he died.
He's
in
from
Zanzibar.
Metal Gear 1.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
I never heard that.
They are getting a
Right after you
lot of
retired.
mileage out of nano
My
machines
predecessor,
and
Dr.
gene
Clark,
therapy.
was in charge.
Dr.
Yep.
Clark.
Yes.
It
He
only
started
gets
the gene
worse.
therapy project.
And where is he now?
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
Well, it gets
So
better
what
in
about
3,
this
but then it gets
soldier?
worse.
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fidgeted him
can't
with a
revive
prototype
dead
exoskeleton
people
and
with gene
kept him drugged
therapy.
for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything.
I don't know, man. This game's gonna show you some crazy shit that'll make you think differently.
Yeah.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Oh, confidential. Oh, dee-da. I cannot learn about confidential information.
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Grey Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
Am I gonna have a lot of like second run bosses like they did in Devil May Cry 4? Probably.
How long
Couple,
are you
maybe.
gonna stay in there?
Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We
What the
can't
fuck is
stay
this
here
guy on
forever.
about? Not everything is like
Now that's
Japan. Are you an otaku?
Now that's something that you don't hear nowadays. The word
uniform's
otaku.
different from theirs.
Yep.
You're the Metal Gear chief engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh, well, at least you're not one of them.
One of who?
Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's not.
Just to run into a closet.
I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar. I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really
That is
didn't
totally
know.
not kawaii.
No. All the armament
That's
was
not
built by a
Sugoi.
separate department, and the president personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
Okay, you don't need nuclear weapons if you've got a railgun. Jesus.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it, in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Sounds like a strong possibility.
Yeah, but that's not all I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon.
I don't know how many times I've seen
They were
that
using Nova
particular,
and NIF laser nuclear
test,
fusion testing
like bomb
equipment and
going off.
supercomputers.
I've seen it so many times.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
I'm guessing this is how we get the VR missions.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn. Damn. I'm such a fool. It's all my fault. The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father...
Shit, if you think the Manhattan Project's the biggest part of that man's guilt...
1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb.
Oh wait, you played 5, you know Huey.
God's got a sense of humor, all right.
He's a weird fucker.
That's putting it,
3 generations
politely.
of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind, but the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind, it's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear?
Slap
Where on this
Heimlich.
base are they keeping it?
Heimlich?
Heimrich, sorry. His name is very similar.
Emmerich.
Emmerich.
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex.
Oh no, destroy Rex. We're probably gonna fight Rex, no doubt.
I'll show you the way.
Yep.
This feels
On
like a
that
very
leg of
Chekhov's
yours,
gun
you'll
thing,
just
where it's
slow me
if you're
down.
showing me this super weapon
You'll
in the
need
first
me if you're
act,
gonna
we're probably
destroy
gonna deal
Rex.
with that weapon in the
I
third
don't
act.
need you. I just need your
Yep.
brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this.
Oh, that's cool.
It's the same stealth
Yeah.
technology.
I
as
would
the
love
news.
that.
Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine.
Yeah, you only
Bad
get
luck and
that
all.
New Game Plus, I think.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after
I'm
you
not
too.
doing New Game Plus for this.
You never do New Game Plus.
Never.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me.
Meryl, what happened?
Alright, looks like I gotta rescue Meryl
Something's
now.
wrong.
Did you hear
Yeah.
something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
Again?
In
No,
disguise.
this is the first
She
time.
had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
She's got a very cute ass.
Great ass.
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh?
I remember there's like
There's only one place.
there's like a
where you can be
Tumblr
sure she's
post
by
or something like that
herself.
that's like Magneto and Poison
Don't be so
Ivy
dense.
change from like villain to heroes because as over time their message was
security
right.
card.
Jason Todd and Venom became
Security level 4.
changed from villains to heroes because of a great ass and personality.
Yeah.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
Is he
What's
gonna kiss
wrong?
him?
Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're
I mean,
okay.
yeah.
You're
I mean,
strange.
that's his. That is his
I'm a
soon-to-be
little nervous.
husband.
Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
You've played
Call
4,
me
right?
Otacon.
No.
Otacon.
It stands for Otaku Convention.
Yeah, they get married.
Otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation.
Japanimation.
Was the first country to
Can you believe we actually used to call it that?
Robots.
I do not believe it. But yeah, the only one I've played is the Phantom Pain one.
And Japanese
Yeah, they get
cartoons
married.
played some part
They
in
adopt a
that?
kid.
They did.
I
didn't get
kind of
into
want to
science
know
for
what
nuclear
anime they're
weapons.
deciding to reference here.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist
my
because
guess,
I
hat
wanted to
labor?
make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
It's interesting that of all the animes they're showing one that's like for a police force.
Yeah.
Instead of like from Gundam or some of the
You're
bigger
right.
ones where it's
We
normally
have to
like
take
the military.
responsibility. Science has
Oh, wait a
always
minute.
thrived
Wait
on
a
war.
minute.
Greatest
That's his,
weapons of mass
oh
destruction
shit,
were
what's
created by
Kojima's other
scientists who
game?
wanted to be
Police
famous.
Knots.
But that's all over now.
Oh.
I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you.
Oh, that's actually really useful.
I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
14112. I'm gonna forget this very quickly.
You want me to 141.12?
Yep. So that's for Autodon over there. Is there anything? Nope, and nope. Alright, so I now have a level 4 card, which is nice.
Snake, there's an old Chinese saying, a scholar who cherishes the
Instead of Princeton, like my friends, apply physics. I don't care. Just let me get my save.
Shut up, Mei-Ling. I don't want to hear your proverbs.
Oh.
You caught Snake?
Sun Tzu once said, better to sink
careful,
in the
Snake.
shit than to shit in the sink.
Yeah, alright, so... No response from Deep Throat. Any response from Natasha?
Otacon said that now it's possible to design and test new types of nuclear weapons in a virtual simulation without ever exploding a nuclear device. Is that true?
Yes, it is true. Since the establishment of DART and NEEF early in the 21st century, there has been a wealth of data concerning nuclear fission and fusion. There is also much data accumulated from the nuclear tests
You're in the
conducted over the last 4
you're in the info dump
with
menu.
the processes
I should have
of
figured.
today's super...
What's... Alright, so what is the, Actually, never mind. Alright, run. And let's try and get through this place. Go. Ow! Fuck you. Yay, this opens. C4 and grenades. Kita missiles. And I need to before I die. Give me my O2. There we go. Alright, I need health. 14115, is it?
14112.
14112. Alright.
Still haven't found Meryl? Snake, the warhead storage building that you're in has 1 floor above ground and 2 floors below ground. Why don't you search there too?
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna give me stuff. Never mind then. Fuck you. Alright, well. use the elevator to go up and down places, because I can't really go anywhere else. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. There is other places, but I don't have any...
Plus, you can go back to the other building and open doors there and get more shit.
Yeah.
I would recommend doing that.
Oh, hang on. There we go. Head to B1. Supposed to be a callback to a book or something. Yeah, so apparently Deep Throat was like the code name for some random
He was the guy who
the Watergate
basically
scandal.
informant.
Yeah, the Watergate. Up. Pants down. Gotta be cautious. There's danger afoot. Alright, nothing in there. Nothing in there. You think there would be medicine or rations in the fucking men's room, but apparently not.
Snake.
Oh!
Oh, you killed Meryl.
Damn it!
What's wrong? Snake!
I was just rapidly clicking. You good?
Yeah. Sorry. My bad. I had the sniffles.
Okay. That was not my intention.
Such devastation.
This was not my intention. I have like no health, so I need to be extra mindful here. Oh, thank you for bullets. I don't need bullets. Ah! He saw me at the last minute, and then one of his other buddies came in. At this point, probably best using the, Oh, thank Christ, rations. Meryl?
Don't move. That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
To be fair, you ran away.
There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake. Besides, it's a waste of time. When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
Jesus Christ!
Are you hurt?
Damn.
Imagine if the army could do that. It'd just be like, when I joined up in the army, it got rid of all...
They made me a lesbian.
I got tired of disguising
Potentially,
myself.
yeah.
The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back, when guys like you and my uncle were in it.
None of that gene therapy like there is today. You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war.
They could have just
All the
become
heroes
asexual.
I know
That is also a
are dead
potentiality,
or
but it's just crazy to think that it's like, oh yeah, in Kojima's like, you know, fantasy future of the military, they're like, yes, they would do gene therapy to do all kinds of things, including forcing you to be asexual.
That's right, and you fight for the people.
I remember there was a thing where like the CIA was like trying to develop like a nerve gas that like made you gay.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield. The only time I feel truly alive.
The idea was that you would be like you couldn't bear for your partner in the army to die, so you'd be like less motivated to fight.
My codec was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this?
I wonder what would happen if I like
I never forget.
did like the grapple on her or something like that.
You like about me, huh?
You did the grapple on her.
Yeah, not like the rapid pressing one where I was like going bam 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 and then break her neck, but like just doing it once or even doing like a throw over.
Think about what's next.
Good question.
So, but I guess that's gonna be a Google question.
So Snake, how are the negotiations going?
No progress.
So it's all up to you, huh?
Somebody's got to stop them from launching a nuclear missile.
There are two ways. Either we destroy Metal Gear or...
we override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
We're most likely gonna destroy Metal Gear.
You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Got it. I'll be careful.
There's some very hard cuts where they're going from like
You know,
one kind
I
of
don't use
cutscene to
makeup
the
the way
next.
other women do.
Yeah.
I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman.
Oh, we're getting another
I
anti-war
always dreamed
message.
of becoming a soldier.
Or not? Or actually, no. It's not even anti-war.
It
Or
wasn't
this one
really
is just
my
like
dream. My father.
I don't know. There's just
was killed in
somehow
action
I
when I
can
was
just
younger.
I know when Kojima is like
footsteps.
Not really. I thought that if I became
maybe it's because of the
a soldier,
orchestral
I could
thing. It's
understand
like
him better.
they want me to
So
listen
are you a
in.
soldier yet?
Yeah.
I thought I was until today, but now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a .50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh. So I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on.
There's also
use my
no
45.
suppressor.
Listen, I've used a gun like
No!
this since I was 8 years old. I'm more comfortable with it than I
Do
am with
not give up the SOCOM. I just got the silencer on it.
If we're gonna go to the north, we'll have
Also,
to
she
go
had to a
the
mag
commander's
in
room
her
on this floor.
goddamn
The
bra.
overland route is blocked by glaciers.
I swear, she must be padding or
The door to
something
the
like that. It's
commander's
just
room
filled
is
with
secured at
random
level 5.
like items in there to
cargo
make her boobs the
It was
size.
inside the pocket of the uniform.
Oh, look, another.
Looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
There we go. All right.
Okay, let's go.
Her
I know
armory
this
is
place
just
better
in her
than you.
boobs. Just that's where all the
I'll be point
armory
man.
is for a woman.
Follow me.
Yeah, I should know.
I know Mizuki knows. Have you seen some of Mizuki Nagano's during stream? Beautiful, sexy
No?
lady, big booba. So we got a
I
PAL
love
key
those.
and a level 5.
That's strange. There's no guard.
What happened to the music?
I'll keep a lookout. Make sure you're ready, okay?
At least she didn't get the Lara Croft treatment. Would have been funny. Ah, okay, so she's being the quote-unquote point man. SOCOM. There we go. Cardboard box B?
Yeah, that's part of the fast travel. Remember what I said?
Oh, to heliport to nuclear warhead. Okay, I see. So that's how so that's what the boxes do.
Matter of fact, I'd do one of those soon.
Diazepam, thingy. Ooh, night vision goggles.
Thank God Meryl's okay. She's a tough one, all right.
I'm glad she's okay. I also got a key from her. I think I can use it to stop him from launching a nuke. Alright, let me just run. She will turn red if you stare at her. Noted. I'll give that a also, hi there, Jeremiah. I'm guessing you yourself are familiar with the Metal Gear Solid series. This is my first time.
Talk to you later,
Hello.
Snake.
Hello. Oh, I keep pressing.
Snake? Be careful, Snake.
Sorry. I keep pressing O to, like, back out, which is not the correct key. No FAMAS bullets. Another piece of rations. Alright, so what's the diazepam for? Anti-anxiety drug. Temporarily stops involuntary trembling. Well, that's going to be very useful for her. I don't know why I have it. If you ring mail and keep canceling, she will pull a face. It was just, yeah. Is she gonna do something?
What? What is it?
Alright, can I give her the...
What are you thinking?
Oh, was it just because I knocked her out that she was like, let me just slap you?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, where am I? I've done the thing, and then... Oh, never mind. Wait, no, that wasn't a... I thought that was a 6, not a 5, then. Okay, that's another 5.
My head! Oh, it hurts!
What's wrong?
Don't come here, Snake!
This is why we're getting the anti-anxiety meds.
Are you okay? What happened?
I'm fine.
Oh, because that's not a weird voice for her to take.
Okay. Let's go.
And she's walking without her gait, which means she's...
The commander is waiting.
I thought, like, by knocking her unconscious... Yeah. So... Nope, so that doesn't do anything. Okay, so that was a waste of the diazepam.
Yeah.
Any item have them equipped in ring, she will tell you about it. Ah, okay.
Snake, how do you like me?
What the?
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, hurry. Make love to me.
No.
I want you.
Who's that?
You don't like girls?
You don't like girls? Bang!
No, I like men.
She's not herself. Don't use your weapon.
It's Psycho Mantis. He's controlling Meryl. That tune is his mind control music.
Don't use your weapon. Try to knock her out.
Cool. There we go. I didn't want to, like, snap her neck.
Now let me read your mind. No, perhaps I should say your past. You're a careless man, aren't you?
Oh, could you guess that?
Poor warrior as well.
You could tell from all the times I've saved.
Skillful at eluding traps. Still don't believe me? Now I'll read more deeply into your soul.
Well, he called you shit.
Yeah.
Your memory is completely clean.
Yeah, because this is...
You have not saved often.
That is a lie. I have saved pretty often. This game, like, probably would have been a lot cooler if I
like Castlevania games.
Show you my psychokinetic power.
If I... Yep. Oh.
Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
Oh, it's gonna do the vibrations, isn't it?
Hey, did you put it on?
What do you think now? Can you feel my power now? The demonstration is over.
This was clearly Kojima being like, well, that's a... If I didn't have, like, the two panels on the left and the right, I would have been like, what the fuck happened to my stream?
To be fair, you've also been, like, lagging out a little bit for me.
Oh, sorry. Bless you.
Sorry.
That was terrible. Could you not, Hideo? And I just realized I've been using all my stunts. I'll need to open up the codec and listen. Imagine that happening on older CRT
Yep.
TVs. Oh, I imagine it would have been a real like, oh, what's it doing? And I think there were like some developers that were thinking that would be a clever idea, but then there comes like the two problems. Number one, when you play this on newer hardware, we're kind of gonna pick up that there's, you know, something up with that. And then number two, if you were playing this like recently or something like that, I imagine some peeps would actually be proper mad with that. Alright, so we need to deal with this nonsense and then skip this cutscene. There we go. Skip
Come on,
this.
Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
So now we need to get through here. Skip this cutscene. Come on. There's nothing here. Let's just get to the fight. There we go.
Sorry about that, my internet just died.
Oh, that's not good. Thankfully, my internet is still fine. Thank goodness. Skip this.
Snake, Meryl's...
There we go. She's knocked out.
Now let me read your mind.
Could not care.
Perhaps I should...
Just let me get to the main... Let me just do my video call.
Video call Jima.
What's your idea?
That Psycho Mantis, former KGB psychic, has powerful telepathic abilities. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he came to America looking for a job. He worked with the FBI on several cases as a psychic profiler. 5 years ago, he was working on the case of a multiple serial murderer, and he got too far into the killer's mind. As a result, he became just like the killer.
So he was sort of infected by this serial murderer's thoughts?
In any case, after that, he became a sort of psychic spy working for the highest bidder. Traveled all around the world. That's when he was recruited by Foxhound.
Right.
He can read people's minds. He knows every move that you're going to make.
What should I do? I've got no chance of beating him.
There must be some way.
He's a master at controlling people, Snake. Don't let him manipulate you.
A psychic assaulter, yes. Although they will not admit it, many countries have paranormal programs and use psychics in their special ops. Psychics range in power from those who can bend spoons to those who can cause natural disasters. But Psycho Mantis is one of the most powerful. Be careful.
Please, Snake, you've got to save her.
It's true. Your enemy is a powerful telepath. But you've got more battle experience. You can do it, Snake.
You can do it, Snake.
Not everything you see with your two eyes is real. Destroying his spirit is more important than destroying his body.
Don't let him read you. Be a blank slate, okay? Clear your mind.
Okay. Okay, so it's not the statue heads, as far as I can tell.
I'm pretty sure destroying them actually does some good stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm... Ow. Unless it's with grenades. Hang on a second. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
What's wrong? Snake!
At the time, you would think it actually turned up. That was a good hint. The, clear your mind thing? I don't know. Hang on. So... Oh, the pills. I probably added that in, so then that way... Alright. Skip this.
My head!
Are you okay?
Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Skip. Skip this. There we go. So she's unconscious. I'll probably do a little
Now,
save.
let me read your mind. No, perhaps I should say your past. You're a careless man.
Cool. Once again.
I got it. Use the controller port. Plug your controller into controller port 2. If you do that, he won't be able to read your mind.
Can't do that with a wireless controller, but thank you. All the same.
Hold on. Try opening, there should be a menu, like, specifically for, Now go to control settings.
Hang on. Oh, look, it goes to the pause menu. Controller settings, connect as P2. How would we get to this pause screen, though, is the question.
What do you mean? This was on the PS1 with physical controllers and physical controller ports.
Yeah, I know, it was with that, but how would we get to this start menu? Because I've not seen this start menu before. Like, do I hold down the start button? Nope. I just, because, like, only way I've been able to get to it was pressing the middle button, then pressing out again.
I don't know. Maybe it's pressing and holding the touch button?
Yep. No. If you can also die again. Don't get stuck like that. Ding.
but I know your weak point. Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out.
Ah! Stop! Meryl!
No! It cannot be! No!
Did he really think I wouldn't punch Meryl? There we go.
Congrats, you did it. You beat Psycho Mantis.
It just took...
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Just knocked her out like several times.
I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing
Thank
should wear
Christ
off,
she
right,
was
Naomi?
a rookie.
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her?
Campbell's sake,
I don't want to see any woman die right in front of me.
Oh, really? Since when did anybody's death bother you so much?
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
Yeah.
So, you used the other...
And now I can swap it back.
Yay.
Yeah, look at that. First person, crawl, and then punch.
It's weird seeing someone play Metal Gear fully blind, knowing all the twists and turns.
Seriously, that's all we get to this little pamphlet? Oh, there we go. Oh, but then it just opens up a website. Never mind. Codec and save, stealth techniques, cameras, alert levels, beginner infiltration. Watch your feet, watch for the elevator. When in doubt, call. Oh, actually, hang on. There was a little... interpreting the radar. Alert, evasion, electronic jamming. Controls. Here we go. So... Oh, okay. So to get to the pause menu, you have to use left and right bumper together.
Oh. See, I wouldn't have expected that.
Wasn't able
Like that.
to read the future.
They need to tell us that.
Strong man doesn't need to read the future.
Strong
He makes his
man.
own.
Perhaps so.
Well, I'll know this for the next time.
Read your future. To get to Metal Gear's underground maintenance base, you have to go through that hidden door. There's a hidden door behind the bookcase.
Thank you for revealing to me how to progress. Normally villains don't do that,
Glaciers.
but I appreciate it.
Go past the communication towers and use the tower's walkway.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the pasts, presents, and futures of thousands upon thousands.
Yoshils! Hi!
Oh,
No, I've not played Yoshi's Island before.
Each mind
How's it
that
going,
I peered
Yoshils?
into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one's seed was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet.
I'm doing all right. I am
exists to
going through for the
mindlessly
first
pass on
time
that
the Metal Gear
DNA.
Solid series. I have only
designed
played
that
Metal
way.
Gear Solid 5. I have I have like very little contextual understanding of like the Metal Gear Solid games like 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so Cap's helping me out wherever when I like, you know, have an actual like, you know, I'm an idiot kind of thing. We've been going fairly good on the progress, honestly. So I've been getting, so Cap's been very helpful.
Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world.
Bullshit, we were. We are social creatures at heart. There is actual like empathy in us. Like that is a thing. Like we actually do feel bad and all
The
that kind of
first
nonsense.
person whose mind I dove into was my father's. I saw nothing but disgust and hatred for me in his heart.
Oh, that's pain. That's not good.
My mother died in childbirth. And he
Very
despised
good.
me
Noted.
for it. I thought
Even
my
with its
father
low poly,
was
it has
going
its
to kill me.
charm, and I kind of appreciate it. So
That's when my future disappeared. I lost my past as well. When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma.
Are you out of your fucking mind, Psycho Mantis?
Psycho Mantis is out of his fucking mind. It's like he's a psycho.
The world is a more interesting place with people.
The
like
world
you.
is a vampire. Led astray.
Boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse.
Also, does he have a barcode on the front of his head?
People as I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's supposed to.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen through evil. You, Snake. You're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad.
Debatable.
I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
I saw you there. You have a large place in her heart.
A large place?
Yes, a large place.
She had
large place.
Do not know if
She
you're
has such a desire for you,
together.
such carnal need.
I have a last request.
What is
She's
it?
into older dudes.
Put it back on.
Okay.
Like
Snake
this.
is in his 30s.
Other people's
That is not old.
force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world. I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door. This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange.
Jesus, you are.
It feels
You just needed to do good earlier, and we wouldn't be in this situation, Psycho Mantis.
nice.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but at that moment there, I was half expecting when he did the duh, and it did the freeze frame. I don't know why. I must have been playing Devil May Cry too much before playing this. I was expecting bullet hit shards to go off like pew, and then like, you know, A or B or like D rank going off for whatever reason. You corrupted my brain.
DMC, good.
Let's go, Meryl.
I still need to watch the DMC anime to form my opinion.
Meryl?
Yeah.
How could I let Mantis control my mind like that?
Easily, because
If you're gonna doubt yourself,
are a
I'll leave you
rookie.
here.
And also, mental bullshit
Never doubt yourself. Just
is
let it
not
make
your
you
fault.
stronger. Learn something from it.
You're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Snake, can I ask you something?
What?
About what Mantis said. I was just wondering.
What? What's the problem now?
Oh, no, nothing. So, tell me, Snake. What's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but
How
I was
old
raised
are
by
you?
many people.
I'm 4 years old.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone.
Trying to date an asexual in a speed date. It's just like, the name is not important on the
Other people
battlefield.
just complicate my life.
Long enough to see death. I'm
not into chicks.
You're a sad, lonely man.
I like my weeaboo husband.
Let's go.
It's so crazy to think that he has put so much emotion into his into like meeting Octagon as opposed to like Meryl.
Octagon.
You know, Huel or
Otacon.
Otacon.
Do not call him Huey. That is quite the insult.
Oh, his name's
Huey
not
is
Huey. His name is Heimdall? No. What's his name?
Hal.
Hal.
Could there be wolves in there?
Wolf dogs. Half wolf, half husky.
How do you know so much?
I ride dog sleds. I'm a musher.
I'm a musher.
I'll take point. Snake, you follow me.
Also, I'm gonna say this. Backtrack.
Hang on. I need to save here.
Snake, your solar ton radar.
I know. I can't use it in a narrow space like this, right?
Right. I'm sorry.
No reason to apologize. Even the greatest masterpiece has its flaws.
Alright, I'm just gonna do a save here.
Mei Ling, how did you get into this line of work?
The truth is,
I don't care. I don't care.
The truth is, I don't care.
Alright, so once we get through... Oh wait, this is how we can backtrack, isn't it? Oh, no, that is not how we backtrack. Oh, what?
She crawled through the dog zone.
Okay, so fucking bright. Alright, so don't go that way. And can't go through there. And alright, so alright, so there's one of the dogs.
Also, if you let one of the dogs piss on your box, it actually helps.
Yeah, but the question is how do I do that?
You just hang around, wait for them to piss.
Well, the fun thing is that I have no fucking clue how to progress through here anyway, so... Oh, never mind, that doesn't do it. Good thing we saved. Good thing we saved. probably worthwhile calling it here as well. Because it's past 10 p.m. I need to get some sleep. So, yeah. I'm gonna be real. So far, I'm enjoying it. I can definitely understand people having the fascination with it. I reckon this is a good game to go through franchise-wise. Because I was kind of hoping that Sniper Elite would be that for me on Wednesday nights, but, you know, 2 weeks ago when I played Sniper Elite, like the first one, oh, it did not do it for me. So, probably didn't help that there was, like, no one in the VCs to sit with me and such like that. But Cap, thank you so much for being in the VCs. I greatly appreciate and giving me the assistance however you can. Oh, excuse me, throat. Providing me with the assistance however you can with the Metal Gear Solids. I greatly appreciate it. I can close all this kind of stuff. I can hit the play button. Is this?
I'm trying to get you a good balance of
you know, doing my own screw ups, but then also like, you know, having the opportunity to screw up and what have you as well. Oh my god, the overlay is not loading correctly. I'm gonna refresh that. There we go. Metal Gear Solid. This is better than Metal Gear Solid in my opinion. I like Metal Gear Solid 5, like just member berries because of like the mechanics and what have you. I definitely remember the story being so jank though. I didn't have a really good understanding. Also, what in the world is... Oh, it's just the game, just, you know, doing the...
I'm pretty sure, like, not understanding the stories is just late-stage Kojima.
Yeah. Like, well, no, for me, it's the case that it's like, I don't know, it just felt like, you know, maybe I should have played, like, the Metal Gear Solid games beforehand, because there was just all these gaps where I was like, is this kid important? Are we supposed to understand what Outer Heaven is, like, code word is about? Why do we care about nuclear weapons when we got Lee's machines and like, there's all this kind of stuff. So I was, like, very much like, you know...
Lore-wise, 5 isn't a great jumping on point.
Yeah, so there was that. But, the opening felt like Metal Gear, then it just faded away. Yeah, so anyway, gonna be going through the first few Metal Gear Solid games. Oh, let me start the music again. And so we're gonna be doing that Monday night. So if you're over in the US time zone, sorry to say, but this might not be the best time for you. But, you know, for the Australians and the Europeans, it will be an absolutely fantastic time. The next time we'll be picking up Metal Gear Solid Monday, because title is Monday Gear Solid. Wednesday night, I'm actually going to be picking up another new game called Alan Wake 2. I went through the Alan Wake game on PC years ago. I went through Control, same sort of thing, years ago as well on stream. And, you know, I kind of held myself off from picking up Alan Wake 2 because I was a little bit worried of, like, oh, getting, you know, kind of stuck in the little, like, you know, everyone would be playing Alan Wake 2 at the time and stuff like that. But it's been 2 years. Thank you so much for the follow, Jeremiah. I appreciate it. But yeah, so one of the things I'm trying to do is actually, like, play other play the games that I want to play now a little bit more, rather than, you know, getting kind of locked in of like, oh, I can't play this game because it's brand new or something like that. It's like, nah, play the games I want to play. Don't play games that are, like, you know, old that I think are going to be algorithm encouraging, like, you know, Sniper Elite. And don't feel scared to playing new games. Like, you know, Ghost of Yokoi is something that is probably in my to-do list that I probably will want to pick up and play when it comes out, because I loved Ghost of Tsushima, even when I played it on PlayStation.
Ghost of Yotei?
Ghost of Yotei, sorry. Ghost of Yotei. At some point in the future I'll play Ghost of Yotei. But yeah, Wednesday night is going to be Alan Wake 2, and then Sunday morning I'll probably just have like a semi-long just chatting or something or rather of, like, you know, how I feel about, like, where I'm going with streaming a little bit here and there, and try and, you know, get people to understand, like, where I'm at with it and such. But yeah, otherwise, Cap, once again, thank you for sticking around. I really appreciate it, giving me the help where you can. Now, let's see.
I will be a lot less help when it comes to Metal Gear Solid 2.
Alright, sounds good. Alright, let us see who is online and who we can go and raid. Now, the recommendations people have given me are... someone named Grimmer Fade, someone named Ian. let's go for this a person named, actually, similar or smaller sizes. Let us see. It looks like there's a number of people doing Monster Hunter Wilds because of the new update. So, ooh, looks like there's someone named Ink Tiger playing with a few other people. Looks like they're playing with some peeps I recognize. All right, we're gonna go raid into Ink Tiger then, and I see your graphics card will handle Alan Wake 2. Hopefully so. My PC has been having weird like glitches and what have you. Like I thought I could handle Metal Gear Solid. I thought I could handle Devil May Cry 5 without stuttering. It still stuttered here and there, and I had to do some extra nonsense. And DMC Reboot, I had stuttering no matter what, so I had to end up playing it on the PlayStation. So at some point in the future, I'm probably gonna do a new PC build, but I'm not gonna go ship a Theseus like I did in the past. Any whoosies. If you are interested in raiding, we're going to be raiding into Ink Tiger as they're going through Monster Hunter Wilds. It's going through some of the new patch, the title update, where you get to go up against Omega from the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Otherwise, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. It's good to be back. I greatly appreciate those of you who came along to watch. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. Hopefully I'll see some of you for Alan Wake 2 Wednesday night. Otherwise, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oof, I'm gonna keep it real. I have been tired for like an hour because I've been hitting the hay early as of late.